Welcome, friends, lovers, and everyone in between, to a brand new live stream here in the channel. Today has been an emotional roller coaster, but my god, I am now excited. Why? Earlier today, I was feeling really dismotivated. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I was looking at the channel and, I don't know, I just wish I saw some more growth. I wish things were happening. I wish things were just a little bit more, and I felt really disheartened. Well, bless my little boy's hearts, I looked there on Steam, and Gabe Newson and those at Keen Software House have blessed my heart, blessed my soul, with version 2.2 of Space Engineers 2. The mechanics and weapon blocks and rotors and mechanics update of everything. We have pistons, we have rotors, we have block weapons, we have hand weapons, we have new planets, we have asteroid rings, we have an area welder in hand and in block form. In both forms, we have kill zones, we have now AI ships floating through space to give a sense of livelihood to it. They've expanded on the contracts, and my god, so much more, including even a new assembly line. So, without further ado, I am more than enough excited today to experiment with everything that we have capable to us. So I sit back, strap in, and let me click back on game. Sit back, strap in, and enjoy the content, because I am absolutely enthralled with this. There is so much that we can experiment with here today. There's a lot that I want to look around in. We are going to be doing it in creative mode. We are going to be doing it in creative mode, just primarily because I feel like even doing it in that mode, we will still be able to see a whole lot. But if you guys do actually want to see a full playthrough, a new reinvigorated playthrough of Space Engineers 2 on survival mode, then please, by all means, let me know. Join the Discord, let me know in the comments down below, or let me know in chat if you're watching this later, or however you want to do it. Please let me know, because we did actually have a Space Engineers playthrough on stream going for a while, but my PC completely crashed. I had to put on new thermal paste of my graphics card and my CPU, and I had to take everything apart and reset everything and reinstall Windows, and I lost all of the save data. So, I basically told myself I'm going to wait for the new version 2.2, to come out before I would ever want to live stream this game again, just because I knew how much content was going to be coming out with this new update, and I am absolutely excited. Even though we're just going to be in creative mode here today, I think I do want to start a new survival. I think I want to start a series specifically about Space Engineers 2. And I've planned to. Now that this is out, you guys are going to be seeing a lot more videos about experimenting with how this game works. What are the limits of the rotor? We don't know. What are the limits of it? How many blocks can we put on it? How many does it take to break the game? How many is it going to take before just the game crashes or my PC crashes and the stream completely cuts off? How many weapons can I fire at once to make my FPS drop down to a single frame per hour, not second? What is it, the amount of things, and how much damage does a block weapon do? How much damage does a handheld weapon do? How much damage does a piston can take? How far can it push? What is the weight limit? Space versus ground and gravity. Maybe on different planets with gravity amounts, 0.3 gravity on the moon. Maybe piston can only, push a couple of blocks, maybe infinite blocks. Rotation might differ depending on different gravity wells. 0, 2.5, 50, 75, 1G, maybe more. And it'd be a lot to experiment with, so I'm excited now that this game is out. Expect a lot more content, and the only thing that I'm extremely upset about at this point is the fact that I start my 12-day fucking vacation on Sunday, so I'm not gonna be here to record a whole bunch to get all the videos out right when the update is live, and I've been waiting for this, and that's just the worst possible time. I need it. This is the break that I've been looking for. I'm going to be that guide guy of Space Engineers 2. I'm going to try to be a little bit of that guide channel of experiments of questions. How much damage does a turret, how much damage does a Gatling turret in Space Engineers 2 do? Like a search query, you know, how much does the assault rifle take? How many bullets does it take to take someone out? Is there headshot damage? Simple stuff, Gatling stuff, how far can it go? How far do the bullets go? When do they stop rendering? Anything. There are a billion questions that now we can experiment with everything to do with this game, and that is what I've been waiting for. And of course, I'm about to start a fucking 12-day vacation in just like a week. But you know what? You know what? They will be fitting search terms, and they will be fitting curious minds of sorts. So, I guess the time being posted won't necessarily matter, but being first does, you know, quite help out a bit. But Micah, if you're watching this now or in the future, get ready, because, man, whew, you know, this is exactly what I was looking for. Yo, I thought you were gonna play Death Stranding. Oh my god, there has been so much that has changed today. Honestly, donka-dunk. Technically, this is the third game choice. This is the third game choice, okay? So technically, yes, yesterday, I said I was going to play Death Stranding 2. And I was going to play Death Stranding 2. But then I found out Death Stranding 2 isn't even new. It came out last year in June. I don't know how, but I didn't see a Jacksepticeye like videos come out. I don't remember seeing a Markiplier. I don't remember seeing any other gamers. I don't remember seeing literally any other news about Death Stranding 2. I saw the first one. I never saw anything about 2 at all. Somehow I'd never known that 2 had ever come out. So I thought it was brand new. So I thought it was brand new, but it turns out it came out last year, and I went and looked at reviews, and I guess a whole bunch of people kind of hated Death Stranding 2. And I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm not gonna bother playing it, because it was like $70. It was like, after tax, it was like $72 for the fucking game. So I got that shit refunded, and then I was gonna play, Armored Core until I saw that Space Engineers 2 has released. Welcome, my Rex content 5840. Space Engineer 2 update is more important. Yes, exactly. So I was gonna play Armored Core 6 to continue that. But then as of literally like 30 minutes ago, I saw the fucking update, and I'm like, that's why on the Discord I said, emergency override, we're fucking playing Space Engineers 2 today. So I see those hearts popping off. Thank you. Woo! And you know what? And the thing is, usually I have a VR avatar that would be here on screen. But because we are experimenting, and I am streaming, I'm going to be going through a lot of this stuff. Which, by the way, I should probably actually fucking get started doing that, right? Oh shit, it just jumps us right in. Okay, I don't know if there was going to be any settings or something. It just, nope, straight on it. Alright. Usually I would have a VR avatar on, but because I am going to be experimenting a whole bunch of stuff like that, I kind of just want a base flat screen with nothing on, nothing in the way, no UI, no overlays, no avatar. It's just boom. It's also kind of treating it as recording and also like evidence, right? Because at the same time, if I'm going to be streaming this for the, you know, next, and we're right in, alright. If I'm going to be streaming this for like the next 3, 4, whatever plus hours, then, well, I may as well have the footage, right? Because that way I can record in multiple audio tracks at the same time. Right, so I think they also, I've been seeing the YouTube videos, right? So I'm subscribed to the Keen Software's, I'm subscribed to the Keen Software's YouTube channel, and they've been coming out with small little trailers as all of the content's been coming out. So, and I've also been keeping up to date on like kind of their blog posts and shit like that. So I think they did stuff with like the GPS system as well, or as they wanted to. Shit, how do I do that again? That's the other thing. I gotta remember how to do my controls now, because now I haven't played in the better part of like a few months. Also got the map. Oh yeah, this is much different. So I feel like map. I feel like they changed kind of like the text a little bit of how it kind of looks. I feel like it's like a little bit more bold. I kind of like that, a little bit more blocky to click on. But how do I get to my GPS again? Gotta get all that action. Oh, and also welcome on over. I'm Fools. Let's see here. Settings, controls. Take a look here. How do we get to GPS again? I remember that someone even had to tell me last time I was playing this because I did it also on stream. M is M, because I think M just opened up my menu. Let me see here. Oh, okay, I see. Never mind. I'm being dumb. I see. So there's GPS there. Wait, but then where's... Oh, these aren't GPSs. I'm just... Okay, never mind. I'm brain farting. These aren't GPSs. These are beacons. They're radio signals. Right. And I just don't really have the map yet. Slowing down. I mean, I'm just, you know, can we just appreciate, though, for the moment of just... With this game being in alpha mode and how beautiful it looks and how smoothly it runs, like, even playing this, like, 3-4 months ago, or whatever the fuck it was, this game still ran extremely smooth back then, too, in alpha mode, and, like, some of the first releases of it, and it still works fantastic, so... I'm blown away. I feel like any other AAA game like this, I probably would have already crashed 7 times by now trying to get past the UI menu of loading up their marketplace and what skins they're already selling. You know? Like, goddamn. It is so gorgeous. It really is. Even just like the casual stuff, because I love taking video game art. Turn off dampeners, get myself moving a little bit, there we go. Like, I love taking, like, screenshots, and like that's my video game art. I've used to do like Halo arts. I used to do like old Bungie weekly pick arts and stuff like that. I used to do that. That's why when I first started out, I was taking photos of like this and old Space Engineers 1. Let's see here. I think like New World, they did a whole bunch. Even just casual shit, or definitely a lot of Elite Dangerous. I've got like gigabytes of photos of Elite Dangerous. So absolutely astounding. Right, so, what shall we experiment with first? Now, I think the number one thing I think that most people are going to want to know right away is probably something to do with the turrets, right? I imagine most people are going to want to know, like, okay, but how much damage do the turrets do? How many do I need to do damage to like, a ship if they're coming along the way? You know, how many is it going to take out a person or another character? I feel like that would probably be, like, the very first thing that most people would want to experiment with. And then on top of that, I also want to then start experimenting with like area welding, but I don't know if I can do that in creative mode. So I might actually have to save some of that for survival mode regardless. Because I don't know how would I do area welding, because in creative mode I'm pretty sure everything just gets... I guess I could damage them, right? So I mean, I am damaging them. I mean, shit, I can maybe do both at the same time in a way. Right? Because if I'm damaging the blocks, I could also have an area welder that would just repair them, right? Yeah, that'd be interesting. Okay, I might be able to hit 2 birds with 1 stone here. I mean, well, 2 birds with 1 bullet. You know, it works out the same. I'm an American, right? So. Okay, so now... Okay, so you can boost without the dampeners. Got it. Experimenting... Let's see here. Let's just get off this block. Let's just get off this block. This small mode, or is this just... About to say. I feel like it's a little... expected bigger. If you want to go into a new survivor world and turn creative global on through the debug menu, that's possible. Yeah, because then I could probably use maybe like the debug. If there's like, is there like a spawn menu like there was back in Space Engineers 1, where there's just kind of like a UI thing where you just kind of click on it, you can just drop amounts of resources. Because then I could just do like area welders connected to a large cargo container with like steel plates in it or whatever the resources they need, and then just kind of turn them on and off when I need to. But we'll see. Let's see here. Shift plane. Then now the fun part is to start with is I have to remember how to play this. Although loving the UI on this though, I've not actually played creative mode yet in 2. So I love the fact that they're giving me dimensions with this, right? Because you can see, like, 255, 270 blocks, 45, 250. Is there a way to see... I wonder if they can improve that in the future, where they actually tell you, like, how many blocks is that? I see 35 meters, 32.5 meters. Oh, is that... So is that 35 blocks, then? Like, how many blocks is that left and right, you know? Bam. You know, is it a 9x11 is kind of what I'm asking. You know, is it a 9x11 or is it, you know, a 32x32? Like, that's kind of what I'm asking. I feel like that would be a nice addition to this. If they're already going to be telling us how many blocks and meters that we're using, they may as well see if they can just add us the numbers on the left and right of the dimensions. There we go. Just need a good old space platform. One of which to shoot things on, as every God-blessed American ought to deserve. Alright. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. We're making guns. God bless. Alright. Now we got a good attachment. I just want to make sure we have more than one single block stuck to this wall. Otherwise, we might just actually blow ourselves off. Perfect. Yeah. But now I need to finish it. Let's see here. Yes, personally wondering about layers of wall and how much can resist what, and what types of layering different types. Of course, weapon damages might still be a bit experimental. Yeah, that's the thing. So, I mean, they are probably still going to be changing the amounts maybe in the future, I'd imagine. You know, like what I experimented with now could change in a while. But that in itself could be a new video. Right? So, I see a great potential ahead. As soon as my 12-day vacation is done, damn it. And of course, I'm gonna be all the way the furthest point away from my computer right when this happens, damn it. Alright. So, how do we want to do this? Will things work? Let's just add some batteries, because I don't know if things are actually going to work. I know it's creative mode, but they probably do still need energy. Renewable battery. Let me go ahead and get this bad boy down here. We probably gotta add on a few. Probably just throw them inside the wall. Is that the right battery? I feel like all consumables, I feel like they get bigger than that. I know there's more than that, right? Energy. Do I have to unlock? Oh, right. I forgot that they have sizes. R. Right, I'm an idiot. I keep forgetting that now we have this mode instead. Go ahead and just get off to this side. No. Yes. Rotate. Okay, good. We're back to this mode. And we'll just drag that all the way across. Good enough. Good enough. God damn, that's loud. So, Gatlings. Do we just have one then for weapons in general? Weapons. Yes, we do. Gatling cannon, Gatling turret. Gatling cannon, a rapid-fire weapon for defensive against enemy grids and projectiles. Max firing range, ooh, they actually give you the stats right there off the bat. 800 meters. Ammo type, Gatling ammo. Magazine capacity, 300. And is there more? Grid damage medium, character damage high. Production blocks required backpack. Interesting. So as far as rockets go, when I tested them for my new preview, I got very interesting results. Large grid heavy armor space was able to stop 38 rockets. God damn. Yeah, because that's the thing. Yeah, you gotta worry about like spacing too, right? Because doesn't if I remember correctly, spacing just kind of prevents the whole area damage aspect, isn't it? Of it, so that way the rocket doesn't hit like multiple layers. But also, I've always kind of had in my argument that like if you are just missing an entire layer though, I mean, isn't it kind of just the same as like having it be hit regardless? Like, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's a lot more experiments there that I don't know about. Never did a whole lot of combat in SE1. I loved making shifts, but I never like actually like get into PvP scenarios. So let's see here. Let's get these Gatlings. We're gonna have to do a number of ways to experiment with this, right? So, like something like this. If we were to just build a simple wall. If we were to build something as simple as a simple wall. But then, you can also have the exact same situation if you were to change the size. Actually, that's something. Is there anything... What does it matter? Hang on, get to this block. I need to change your type. How do I do that? Let's see here. Rotate. I wonder if it matters... God damn it, my fingers. I wonder if it matters if you hit a slanted surface as compared to backside. I doubt it, but who knows? You don't really know, right? Right, spaced armor better, but heavy armor overall is still good. Yeah, it's just a really heavy, so it makes it a lot harder to... Well, I mean, a lot of times people make ships that are mostly just spaceships, but I usually like to try to have hybrids where my spaceships can land on surfaces too, at least up to like 1G. Doesn't work like that anymore. Battery blocks are now holders for the batteries themselves. We don't know if the battery blocks spawn with batteries inside or not. There's battery in it. Yeah. What do we got? I mean, they only come in 30%. As opposed to that level, I guess, while we're experimenting. I really doubt that we're ever going to actually run out of energy. Like, I would find that hard to believe, but... And we'll rotate that way. Perfect. No! You bastard! A bastard! There we go! Alright. So it doesn't relate anymore. Batteries are now holders of batteries themselves. So yeah, I mean, it looks like they still spawn with them. And for rockets it does. I 3-shot a slated large grade light armor. Alright, so it looks like a lot of you guys have already been experimenting with it as well. Or Utah is talking about like SE1. Because I wonder if a lot of the stuff is the same. Is it going to be the same in SE2? You know, is it going to be the same in 2 as it is in 1? Or are they going to copy a lot of the values? I mean, I imagine not. I imagine it's going to work differently in general. But then, why don't we go ahead and change the actual size of it? Because then we need to experiment with actually doing this. And hitting the small block. Let's see how many that takes. But then, is it going to matter if you have them spaced with Gatlings? I imagine spacing only matters with just rockets. But we don't have any explosives, right? Right now, we only have... Gatling can, Gatling turret, right. An automated target defense for against enemy grids and projectiles. And so this should be the same. You have grid damage medium, character damage high. Assembler is smelter, but this is an automated. This one is just a fixed, right? I mean, for SE2, I'm the one of the content creators for them. Ah, well, shit, there you go. Well, there you go. Well, perfect. Well, hello. I mean, look, it shows how little I know. I'm just getting started with all this. But all right. I mean, I guess did they give us handheld weapons? Because I know that they said that you should also have handheld ones too, right? So I remember them talking about it. Creative tools. I mean, well, I guess these are all blocks, though, is the thing. Right. So that would probably have to be something I would actually have to create. Or spawn in. Oh, never mind. Hello. Oh, that is some decent sound design. And there's our rocket. Okay, okay. And being creative looks like we got infinite ammo then. You see, you're enjoying the update of what we were up to? Well, apparently stealing your idea, I guess, because I don't know if you heard my entire rant in the beginning. I'm like, this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be trying to get everything, trying to experiment with everything with SE2. But I imagine, of course, I'm not going to have the only one with that same idea, right? So, I mean, it is what it is. But alright, that is some decent sound design. I like that. I like it being nice and bassy. Yeah, that's still the same. What is number 4? Oh, that's a welder? Oh, that's our... Oh, is this going to be our area welder? Yeah, it does say that. Yeah, area welder Mark 1. Ooh, okay, okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. Well, we need to... Okay, well... Okay, well, we're still going to be sitting at this experiment for a little while. I'm getting distracted by just actually looking at everything. So, without further ado, we need to then place this in. So how far away is that exactly? I mean, imagine not very far. I can probably just do this up close. It won't really matter too much. My videos are already up on it. All good. And yes, I heard. I'm excited to see what you think of it and found out. Alright, well, cool. Not going to stop me. Going to keep on doing it regardless. See you on YouTube then. Get this back up to grid. Actually, no, can I just... What size is this? We have different sizes. No, you only get that one size. So... Get this stacked up. I wonder, is there going to be a little bit of area damage? Because if we... What's our point right here? Because that would be that one. I wonder if there's any splash damage to the fact of if we hit it, like, right next to the point of the two grids as compared to, like, right in the center. Because otherwise, that would be that point right there. So I can just delete that top bit. Delete that top bit. And swap it there. Which means that we need to see if it'll actually matter. Well, then, at that point, then, shouldn't I probably do it right into the middle? Instead of right at that point. Do it right at the corner. I can see if it can hit multiple. Right. You know, this is all the stuff that you would not usually have to see. You know, when you are recording, like, in your lone summit, you know, when no one's watching type of situation. Where it's like you're sitting there just basically just talking to yourself. Like, alright, how do I want to do this? How do I want to do this one? So, that means that we can just do damage with this one. This will be the first experiment. Swap that down. That can be the first experiment, which means that the second experiment can be, will it actually do area damage? Get this back with a big size. There we go. And then I want to see if it's going to do area damage, or if it's going to do it to just a single piece. But then, we're going to need the regular Gatling turret, and we're going to have to do the same thing with the other automated regular Gatling turret. Are we going to be able to control it? Who knows? We're going to have to find out. And we're going to have to experiment with this a little bit in general first to even see how it works properly. I'm back. What's happening? We are trying to set up a nice little kind of like arena of which to test this all on. Right, so that's going to be the corner piece. We can drag this back. I need to be exactly there. I need to be exactly there. I can delete that. Get this Gatling and face it there to see if there's splash damage. Beautiful. Place that one back. And then we got to do the same thing with the regular Gatling turret. Blow it on down. Here we are. It's going to have to be probably... Ooh. Actually, it might be too tall. If I can... I mean, well, I guess we're going to have to see if we can even manually control it to begin with, right? Do we have... Let me get a cockpit around here. Cockpit. There we go. Wrong direction. There we go. Now I'm starting to get used to it. Now I'm starting to get back into the controls. So if I go into this, first off, batteries. Can I just turn all of you guys... I want to see you. Can't I turn you guys off of group selecting blocks? Grouping select blocks, right. Oh god, there's even more. Alright, whatever. Gatling. Gatling. Turret, reload, shoot off on. Got it. But it's rotating. That's interesting. Kind of rotating by itself is the issue. So how would you experiment with that? You would almost have to, like, time it. You would almost have to, like, time... Because if you just tell it to turn on and shoot... Huh. Interesting. Right, because now I'm gonna need another one here to see if it does area damage. Can we get it to sit still? How can we get it to sit still? Can we turn blocks into enemy blocks? Gatling. I mean, obviously that one's just on, off, on, off. We could... Do they add buttons? Do the button panels actually work yet? Now that is a question. So if I just swap this down right here, or better yet, button, no functionality, no functionality. Damn! Damn, no functionality. They haven't done the buttons yet. Little sad. Try detail blocks post to block the gun. Try detail blocks to post to block the gun. Buttons don't work, yeah. Unfortunate. Let's see here. I can change its size. No, because you kinda, it's doing that thing back in Space Engineers 1. Let's see here. Can I maybe... No. Not really. Although that is kind of important. Let's take a look here then. Exactly. Okay, so it does kind of like, it kind of like staggers itself out a little bit. And it is coming out by like 0.5s pretty much. It's doing like a stair step situation. Exactly how tall is this then? Let's get the dimensions of this bad boy, why don't we? Let's get the dimensions in this bad boy. Yeah, it does a little bit of a stair step. No, never mind. I lied. And then it should be able to come back down again. This needs to attach there and come down there. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so what are we working with here? Obviously, they turned out a little bit different. Maybe we should have done symmetry mode. Also, I wonder if your carrier shifts is going to be near full speed and your smaller fighters move slowly relative to the carrier, less than 20 kilometers. Is a small ship protected? Oh, wait, hang on. Also, I wonder if your carrier ship is going near full speed and your smaller fighter moves slowly relatively to the carrier, less than 20, is a small ship protected? How would it be protected? I mean, I guess that's another thing that I think we need to experiment with in general, of like, how accurate is it really? Like, up to what speeds can this confidently hit something, up to what ranges? You know, like, if it's something at like 750 kilometers, can it easily dodge stuff if it's only moving like 20 kilometers? You know, or can it only dodge stuff when it's moving like up close to like 100? But if you're closer at like 400 meters away, how fast do you need to be moving for a lot of those to miss? You know, can you dodge them? How good is the automated turret of it, you know, right? Hang on, I kind of want to, I can turn on symmetry mode, right? Let me go ahead and delete this. I'm gonna redo this. Maybe? Maybe you can just kind of do... well, it's already floating. Let's just do symmetry mode. So, let's see here. How do I turn that on? Yeah, symmetry mode, change plane. Yeah, right there. On this piece. Will that work? I feel like it's not quite center. I feel like it's not quite center. What's going on here with this? Okay, well that one's good. That one's good. Okay. But then change plane. Put my blue one there. There we go. All right. But then how do I? Okay, T exit. Which means that now I can do it there. So they should be building on the opposite side then. Right? Or no? Okay, good. Yeah. I got it. Say, can I actually just make you... Yeah, where's my detailing? Where's gonna be my detailing? It's gonna be my detailing slope. I think I need this right now. Since it's relative speed to the larger grid. Yeah, maybe my brain just no comp. Also, I wonder if your carrier ship is going near full speed and your smaller fighter moves slowly relative to the carrier less than 20 kilometers. Is a small ship protected? But protected from what? From like the Gatlings? Like, I mean, I guess. I mean, the Gatlings are probably gonna try to target whatever like targeting that they have in the future, I'd imagine, because it seems like they just kind of got like on. I wonder what they will prioritize, right? Because if it tries to prioritize things, I don't know if it'll. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can tell it to prioritize either small grids or like large grids and like certain components eventually, right? I'd imagine. I don't know. And that's just going to be more experimenting to do in the future. That's what it's all about. Can't quite get up to there yet. Where do we get up there? We actually do get up there one block closer. So then we can move on to there. And then we can just do a quick little with that. And then we can connect them. Actually, don't really need to. What I can do is just do a regular detailing block across then. Whoa. Alright, never mind. I didn't want to work that way. It said, nah, fam. Oh, right, because it can't. Understandable. Have a good day. And then can I connect this? Yeah. Okay, and then turn that off. What kind of dimension is that really? So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I count good. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I love space. Me over here. 1, 2. Fucking going brain dead here. Alright, so it looks like it's three blocks by 1. Okay, I mean, overall, though, how many? Right, if we go to right about there, is how many meters tall? 5.5 meters. But we couldn't place it below this, right? We couldn't place it below this, so it's 6 meters. So is it 3 by 3? So it's basically a 3 by 3 meter, it looks like. I mean, well, actually, how wide is this then? Because that's the thing, because you can technically still build at least a low below it, so you can kind of embed it into the ground. And I imagine it's going to have ammo down below, or a port from down below. Which means... technically what you're really kind of measuring is just as top parts. Because this can probably be in line with the floor, right? Actually, can it be? Let's turn off symmetry. Yeah, turn that off. That's something to actually... so can we sink it down into the floor? Oh. Now that's what I'm talking about. Okay. But you can't sink it down too far. They actually do sink down into the floor. Now, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Arms crossed right here. It took them about goddamn time. It took them fucking long enough. I'm sorry, but Gatlings and SC1 are so annoying to work with because of like their like basically 3 by 3 ratio bullshit that they got going on. with like everything around the entire structure of the turret. It's annoying. But this is much better. This is much better. Wow, okay. Okay. So then, honestly, that can be another installation right there. I'm just gonna delete that. Delete that. Okay, I thought, whoa, dampeners, come back. So unfortunately, though, we did not be able to lock it in place. Alright, we were unable to lock it in place, so let's go ahead and delete this, though. Man, I'm excited for this. I'm excited for this. I've been waiting for a good break on what to make some content on. Been stuck in this goddamn rut. Nearly 1,000 videos on the channel. 3 years. This is, I mean, I've always like wondered, like, what kind of niche, like, what kind of game? Because the thing is, like, sometimes you see some of these channels that, like, these gaming channels that do really well. You know, the thing is, like, sometimes, you know, you gotta admit that they stick to, like, one game. They stick to, like, just one game, and they do that game really, really well. My brain can't do that. I cannot stick to just one game. Like, I get it. I mean, I don't think most people could stick to just one game. I mean, I feel like it's pretty fair to say that most people can't stick to just one game either. Right? Like, it's... You get bored of it after a while. It's hard to just simply do that one thing over and over again, you know? But, you know, some people just fall into that niche where, you know, they just keep on making content about it, and a lot of people go to their channel for that, and it's like, well... It's hard to really find that one thing that, you know, you would want to do to be that thing. But, you know, I think SE2, I think it also just kind of helps simplify a lot of things, too, at this point. Because, like, also, it's like one of those things, like, oh, I mean, I thought about doing it for SE1, but it's like, man, so many people. The game's already been out for so many years. Like, I've been playing it for years. Everyone's already made questions and experiments on it. There's really nothing else left to do. You'd need something brand new to make it all work, right? But, and yet, here we go. You know? I mean, I'm sure that a lot of other channels, you know, even like, Fools over here, I think, says, you know, they're already making content for SE2. And, like, you know, I did make some content. I did technically already make a video for SE2 once. I did the video of how long does it take to get through the first level of progression. Yeah, I did that one through like how long does it start? God, what the fucking video was titled? I need to look at this now. I wonder if there's a setting somewhere where I can keep the music playing when I'm not looking at it. Filter, space, and fucking... Alright, I'll just look back. What was it called again? How long does the early game take in Space Engineers 2? Yeah, about 532 views. Not too bad, honestly. It performed pretty decently. But I did that video. That was fun. But then I feel like there really wasn't just a whole lot to... There really wasn't a whole lot in the game just yet to really experiment with yet, you know? Alright. Honestly, I could probably do it from down here as well. Right. If I, like, come down from here... Right, and then come on down a little bit more. There we go, there we go. Now. Not quite. Not quite, huh? Gotta be perfectly level with it. Gotta be... perfectly level with it right there. You can't go up any more from there. So technically it does rise up by like 0.5 meters, just barely above. Okay. So I mean it's pretty decent size. I mean also, you kind of also like make cages for them too, especially now that we have like detailing in small pieces like this. If you have Gatling turrets on the outside, you can almost like make cages for them. I mean, sure, it might restrict their firing angles, but if they're just small detailing pieces, if anything, it might just add, like, kind of arbitration of, like, armor around it, you know, potential. I guess you probably wouldn't want to do detailing, because those would probably die in, like, a single hit, but, like, regular armor blocks? Regular armor blocks? Like, if we go to 9, how many pieces do you have in you? Only one. I mean, I guess maybe you could do just a whole bunch of detailing, but you could still, I mean, that's construction components. I guess the steel plate would be better. Probably still die in a single bullet. Actually, well, God, there's so much experimentation you can do, though. I was just saying, well, that's an experiment. Damn it, there's so many easy questions when it comes to shit like this. There's a billion things. If anything, fucking, I need to stop talking. I'm just gonna be giving away all my ideas. Alright. So, I just want to set this whole thing up first, if anything. So, let's go ahead and recess. Probably need like one piece bigger is the thing. I probably need just like one wider. And then rotate that around. But how are we going to target these? That's what I still haven't quite figured out. So let's get a cockpit. Let's get our cockpit back. Let's get our cockpit back. And flag restricted immediately on YouTube. It's a plane. It's a plane. It's a bird. It's okay, YouTube. It's a bird. It's a plane. So I mean, I imagine are you guys just gonna have ammo in you already for it being in creative mode? They do. They do. Okay. So that kind of sucks, though, because it means that we can't really use buttons. Right, we can't really use buttons. So we're gonna have to be, like, in the menu when we fire it. Well, I guess we can also just do... Okay, why is that one firing? Okay, so you can actually fire from here. So you could probably use this camera angle to the advantage. I wonder why the right one... I see the right one spinning. But I don't see it firing. But it is spinning up, though. Okay. Okay. Space engineers, when someone gets out of a fight seat, they are now locked to their ship's gravity well. I wonder if it will work similarly here in Space Engineers 2, but with smaller ships. Oh, small ships relative to the larger ship that they just docked from. If we move under the 20-kilometer undamaged speed limit relative to the grid we just undocked from, we do count as being in its gravity well. Now that is a much better worded question. I mean, if you'd probably be a little bit glitchy, right? I would say you'd probably, if that is how it's going to operate, you would probably have to safely assume more around the range of like 18 to 17.5. If you're playing by yourself, I mean, I would just try to accommodate for the idea of potential lag and, like, you know, processing power issues. Of like 20 is going to be the maximum. You'd probably have to be safe right around, like, might be like, you know, 19 or something, right? If you wanted to just kind of let it coast along. And that way, I mean, in a way then, too, you wouldn't even have to have landing gear. What if you just had, like, a docking system where you almost just had, like, tires on the side? Like, what if you had, like, tires on, like, one side of the ship? And, like, when you get close to the mothership, you just kind of just, you know, close off your dampeners and let your ship, like, rest against... Let it rest against the mothership. You know, and just kind of be stuck within its gravity well, knowing it's not going to go off anywhere. And that'd be kind of like a non-locked-in type of docking system. It'd be kind of experimental. It'd be kind of fun. I wonder. You know, because then you could just have like a whole bunch of like small ships and like tiny little wells. Like, you just have like a whole bunch of tiny like craters in the mothership. Instead of actual docking, you just have a whole bunch of tiny little craters and like little tires that just protect them from abrasion, and then they can just lift off whenever they need to because they're just stuck inside the docking well. That could work. Ideas. Ideas. Alright, but how much damage do these realistically do? They only did 1 damage, but here's the thing. Did this do area damage? This did not do area damage. Okay. So, still need to set this up. We still need to see how the automated Gatlings are gonna do. Let's turn amperes on, off, exit grid. Why? No. K. Okay. Gatling. Which one is this? Not really sure. How do I get you back down into my menu? G? I mean, it used to be G. Because for some reason it's just firing that one. Let's see here. How do I get the things into my menu? I just drag them in from here? No, because then it just goes away. Okay. How do I put them in? How do I put them in? This one. Can I just like hit my numbers, like control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever? No. How do I get these on? How do I get them into my control menu? Or how do I get them into the down below? Because it used to be just G. Do I have to assign these? Somehow? Yeah, what about these turrets? That's gonna be hard to experiment with. Is there any way to control that? Is there any way to control that? I'm gonna put you into a group. And put all these solars into a group. That way I can get rid of them. Group. Alright, they keep on popping back up. There we go. Okay. So how do I get these onto my menu? Inventory, production, contracts, build, character, grid, build. Right, because before I can just do it from G here. I can't do it G from this cockpit. Best of luck with your video. FYI, I play a practice game just so you know the basics before making the video, so we aren't watching to figure out basic controls. Naturally, it's okay not to know everything. Yeah, well, I don't know. I saw the update and I wanted to get on here and check it out immediately. I've already gotten the controls at this point. But it does seem as though because G works down in character mode. It works in character mode. But it doesn't seem to work in cockpit mode. And neither does K. I mean, K does, but we can't seem to throw them in, is the issue. Now we need to live figure out how we're gonna make this work. We're gonna have to somehow make this work. So we can do it one at a time. So if we just maybe go swap back out. If we get rid of this one, we'll see if this is gonna be active or not. But it might also have something to do with the fact of the way it was connected. Because down below, we see that it only has a couple of connections. Right? It has one connection up top, and 3 natural sides, and 1 connection in the back. So you have different points at which you can load it from the top or the back, or rather the bottom and the back. But then, if we were to hop on over into the cockpit, and see it there, how long is it actually going to take to get this block destroyed? Go into you, and let's see if I can get a good camera angle on this. There we go. Well, much appreciated, the Rock Bard. I appreciate every bit of it. It really does mean a lot. And yeah, you know, it would have been nice to get a little bit more of the controls, but I had no idea that this update was dropping. Like, literally, I saw that it dropped, and they just streamed it also, like, 3 hours ago. Keen did, and I'm like, boom, bam, we're getting on. And also because I was about to start a stream, I was about to start a stream of playing Armored Core, and I'm like, alright, am I gonna go play Armored Core for the next 4 to 5 hours, or am I just gonna get on the wagon immediately and go get this experimentation right off the bat? Because I know I'm already gonna have to be doing this tonight. So now I'm hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, testing it out and getting footage. So works out great. Efficiency. Alright. So we see how that worked. But now I want to do an experiment of, like, what if we hold it down for like a 10-second burst? Like, how much damage does it realistically do? We see how long it took us to destroy it. But now, well, I didn't fucking build it back, derp. But now, how long is it going to take if we just, how much damage is it going to do if we do like a 10-second burst? You know, because how much damage is it realistically doing if we just do like 10 seconds? How am I gonna get a timer going at the same time? Ah, damn it, you bitch. I clicked back into the game. I clicked back into the game. Alright. Oh, my phone. I can just do it with my phone. Damn it, no, go away, Clash of Clans. Not now. So I can just do my phone. Turn the timer down to 0 in 0 minutes. Let's go to 10 seconds. I can always just put up a graphic on screen in the edit, of course. Get on here, turn off the UI, and then right when I hit starts, I start firing. I mean, it does have to spool up for a second, though. It does have to spool up for a second. Okay, I'll try to time this. And 3, 2, 1. You, damn it, okay. One more time. It didn't have full ammo. Hang on, can I reload you? Yeah. Can I reload you? Actually, let's fire it through and wait for it to reload fully. So we know that we're not going to run out in our magazine. Wait for it. There, that should be it reloaded there. Now we can go repair it, and now we know it's not going to have a problem with that. That definitely fired for like a good 10 seconds. Actually, that's maybe I should do that. Maybe not a 10-second. How much damage does it do in a single magazine? That's probably a better fucking question, if anything, right? Let's just do that. It did 11 damage in one full magazine, with 19 out of 30, and quite deformed away from the front face and side. As you can see, it's actually quite a bit of damage. So that means in about 2.5 magazines, we should be able to destroy this block. Let's find out. So how many bullets do we actually have left in this thing? 105. So 105 bullets. So it took 600, 200. So so it took 800 bullets, about 800 bullets, 780 to 800 bullets to destroy a single block. Let's try that again, honestly. Let's try that again. I want to make sure, let's make sure it reloads. Let's make sure it reloads. So that way we can actually watch the counter with the UI on now. Let's watch how many bullets it actually takes. And try to stop it at the last possible moment. So it should be about 800. Ready? Fire! This also gives us another counter to see exactly how long it takes. 110. So it takes about 800. It takes about 780 to 790 bullets to take out a single light armor block. Good to know. But now let's experiment with, does it do area damage? I think we already know the answer to, but let's try. Place that down. Jump on in. And let's find out. Actually, what's my... it didn't give me... Yeah, again, it doesn't give me... Pressing G. It doesn't give me my like, a big menu to put, like, things into my hotbar. It's only giving me one Gatling. Character grid. You know, open terminal screen K. But then we can't seem to place anything in it from there. Camera, systems, common, toolbar, select tile right. Yeah, we've been trying those. There's building. But we can't seem to be placing things into it, though. So we go to our Gatlings. So maybe if I just hover over it and press 2. No. And then as soon as we click on it, if we go back and then go to the cockpit, you know, we're just gonna have to kind of like do this like one at a time. It seems like. I think we're gonna have to do it like one at a time for some odd reason. I guess it just kind of fires all of them. Let's see how this works. Does it do area damage? Is that penetration I see? Is that penetration I see? Is there bullet penetration? Okay, so there's no area damage, but there is area deformity. There is area deformity, but there is not area damage. Interesting. Interesting. So it doesn't do damage to all of them, but it will kind of take out the whole spot. But as you repair this back up, oh, you can repair this one, and it repaired all the deformity, but it did not actually repair the light armor block that was damaged. But as soon as you do, you can tell that it's turned to a silver color, and now it's back to its normalcy. And for the same aspect of this, there was area damage, and it all got deformed, but none of it actually took any damage. All of it's still at full health. There's nothing out of their health bar that has dropped down in the slightest, not even out of the 100%, not down to 99, nothing. But if we were to hit this one time, it's now back to normal. Interesting. Okay. Then I noticed that there was possible bullet penetration. So if we extend this out a bit further, how many blocks does a Gatling turret go through? Does it go through multiple? Is there travel time? Does it go through more than one? Let's find out. I'm seeing it potentially going through one block. I need a better camera angle on that. I need to see if these bolts are actually going through. Let me go back and repair all those real quick. Yeah, let me go back and repair all this. See, what you guys are basically witnessing right now is just live recording. It's all what it is at this point. This is what just goes on behind the scenes when we're making videos. But you know what? Maybe it was missing or deflecting. Let's actually... Let's actually try that. We can throw in multiple blocks. and then we'll get a good camera angle. See if it goes through multiple at all. And fire. The animation looks like it goes through at least more than the one. Is that true or not? Let's find out. We've got similar squarish deformity. The fact that now we're still missing 11 blocks like before, very consistent, but do we have damage on the other side? We have no damage on the other side. Nothing of the sort, and no deformities. Nothing that is showing that it actually had penetration. But that doesn't mean we're done yet. If we delete this, what about if we have them back to back? What if we have a solid block? Does this do multiple damage to multiple blocks? Will it go through and hurt more than one? Similar, we still have our damage being done to our single block and no damage being done to any other block. But as we move on through, we can tell that there is no damage to any other block on the other side, despite seeing the animations of whether or not it's actually going through. The only damage that's being done is to this single block. Understandable, okay. But now, how accurate is the Gatling? If we continue to fire and break that block, will it consistently keep firing completely forward and hitting only that block in that corner? As we continue to fire, it looks as though it is hitting other blocks along the way. If we keep on firing, we'll see if it actually has the potential of hitting others. So even though that there were animations of looking like it was hitting others, getting closer up, it actually isn't. It didn't look like it was hitting other blocks. But now, if we go and check, it isn't 100% accurate. Even up close, it is still hitting other blocks and actually rose up a little bit higher than it drifted left or to the top left, and did damage more for blocks, a considerable amount to the top, more so than it did to the left. It could be the way that it's deformed throughout the rest of the blocks. But if we were to look at this, it did damage primarily to the main block that it was looking at, caving in the entire area. There's no damage to the floor, even though that there is deformities. And moving on through, we check the blocks in the back. No damage to the back, no damage to the back, and a little bit of damage to the back one that should not be able to be hit. There is one single bit of damage to this block piece with this square. So firing into a single angle has managed to do damage to 1, 2, 3, and 4 blocks at a range of about 50 meters? At a range of about 16 meters. From only that far away, we already have strafing hitting multiple areas. That is very interesting, including this piece back here. So what if we were to drop this back even further? Let's go ahead and get everything repaired up. What if we were to drop this back even further? And get a piece thrown on. Which means that now, if I want to go a little bit further, let's get to our small pieces back here, because that was pointing right at the corner. I'm 50 meters, or is this Okay, because I am dragging myself forward a little bit. Right, so if I had it right here, that's not enough. Right about there, because actually the Gatling comes out by 1. So I need to come up. That's not the right spot. Let's come down from here. Then I need to delete that. Move that over. There we go. And also, just because... And just for fun. And just for fun. Just for fun. Let's see how well this does. From a range of 50 meters. Fire! Okay, okay. How many small blocks is that breaking per minute or per second? I don't know. This is an experiment. Oh, this is going to be editing nightmare. Sorry, Micah. I'm gonna have to make so many voice lines for this too. I'm gonna have to watch through all this footage again and try to see exactly which questions I asked. But that, hang on, that was interesting. That was interesting that we noticed right there. At 20 meters away from there, so from 30 meters away, this Gatling started to become inaccurate and actually fire around the blocks. Ooh, another question. Exactly how accurate is this? Exactly how accurate is this thing then? Right? Because that's 50 where's the nose of the gun here? Right about there. Damn it, that's 48 meters. Okay. Let's move this back. Let's move this back. We need to go back by maybe 2? Right, because 50... Yeah, 50's like right there. 50's like right there. So, flop this bad boy down. Good. And then we drag the small blocks all the way through. And when we start to see bullets move past this, that's when we know how inaccurate it can start to be. Because look, we just repaired damage. We just repaired damage here. Didn't get anything else right? Okay, okay. Got it. And actually, I kind of like the fact that it's darker right now. It makes the bullets a little bit easier to... Actually, can I... No, I think I do need the sun here, don't I? How do I change the time of day? Let me look this up. Space engineers to how to change time of day. Yes, autocorrect, please, thank you. You can always change the time of day by pressing Alt F12. It's not Alt F4, right? AI is not about to fucking screw me over. Alt F12. No, that doesn't seem to be doing anything. There's admin menu or by adjusting world settings. By pressing Alt F12, open debug menu, navigate to admin and use the sun position effect or edits. Are you sure? Space Engineers or Space Engineer 2 Insights? How do I open up the debug menu then? I know I accidentally fired a little bit there. Maybe I have to do it from here. I'm just taking more screenshots. That's not the right button. That's a lot of numbers and text on screen. Get off my screen. Hang on, I know it does go away. There we go. F10, F9, F8. Shit. No, F8. Oh Jesus, where am I? F5. No. All right, we're here now. Cool. Can I do it from settings? Game, kilometers per hour. Give me miles per hour, thank you very much. I know what I'm all about. I know what I'm all about. We've already seen enough European weird lost World War II numbers going on here. Okay, let's get back to American numbers. GUI. Damn, how do I change the time of day? And also, can I turn off all these damn signals? Unknown signal, unknown signal. Hang on. I'm just gonna go blow these up. I'm gonna go get rid of these signals. I'm gonna go just destroy all these real quick. I need these off the screen. I know we're doing a lot of stuff with UI turned off, but for the moments that we are having some of these things going on while, you know, with the UI on, it'd be nice to not have all these green fucks around on here. Am I gonna die? Ah. Jesus! Did I do that? Oh shit. What the hell happened here? Refinery? That wasn't me, was it? Looks really cool. Oh, right, I'm here to destroy stuff. Hang on. Wait, I'm in creative mode, dumbass. Actually, won't actually let me delete it. Oh, well, we got a solution for that, don't we? We have a solution for that. Got it. Perfect. Reload. Reload. Let's go take out all the GPS markers. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. I wonder how far that range is. That's an experiment. That's a video. I'm gonna turn these all into like 30 different videos. Red ship. Red ship. Hey there, bud. Oh, wrong side. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. There you are. Sup, Scarn Adam. Welcome. We are experimenting, as you can tell. I'm actually trying to get rid of all the GPS signals right now so I can have less things on my screen. I need to have less things on my screen. New marker was over there. GPS marker is over there. Let's go. I'm just trying to get rid of all these damn antennas and green bits on my screen so I can get rid of them. But yeah, we've been experimenting a whole bunch with this. Whoa. Whoa. I missed point blank. Fuck. That does not bode well for the future. Kaboom! Boom. Man, I need a soundboard. I need to have like one of those fucking Dexstream soundboards so I can just play sound effects all the time. That's the next step of Digital Dave. That's the next step. Soundboard. Although a lot of my references are always just like so old of me, but they still fit because people still use them. All right, let's get on back. It's a good girthy sound though. I love it. It's a good girthy sound. I like it. I like it. I love it. And whoop. Do I do damage? No. Okay. I'm gonna say, can we? I'm gonna say, if bodies do damage, then I'm gonna start seeing how many space engineers it takes to break a block. You know. And then there's one more unknown signal over there that we gotta go blow up. Right, I can't just turn these things off, right? Yeah, they're not on my GPS. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to go get rid of these. They're in the way. They're in the way of my footage. Damn you. And then while that's happening, get up to speed. turn off my dampeners, let that kind of coast for a second, get back to my screens over here on this side. I wish the sound would keep on playing whenever I click off. Alright, come on. I wonder how far the range is on the assault rifle. Dampeners! This way. Other way, other way, other way. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, unknown signal. Nice little ice cavern. Oh, fuck. This does a lot of damage. How much damage does this damn thing do? Oh, surprisingly not a whole lot. Yep, wrong one. Ah, it does about 3 to 4. Okay. Alright, now everything's out of the way. Now everything is out of the way. What? No, turn off dampeners. Go. Get on back to our experimentation grounds. Get back to our testing grounds. Get back to Area 51. I probably am still gonna have to re-record a lot of this. Like off screen, maybe some of it, but like, you know, I'm still setting myself up for all the questions that I need to know right now. Float on back. Float on back. Though I still wish I knew how to... Are you damaged? How'd you get damaged? Is there splash damage up close? Maybe it's just deformed. Maybe it's just area deformity. But how do I get the sun over here? I'm gonna try looking this up still one more time. Space Engineers to debug menu. Anyone know how to enable debug console in SE2? Check the planet that exists in game files. You can access through the plugin made by the community. Blah blah blah. Have the code. Oh, you need a plugin for it. You need like a debug menu wiki. To activate debug menu, trace Control key plus F. Okay, it moved over to Control. Got it. Let's try that. Yes. Okay. Oh god. Right. Nope. Nope. Go back. Animation, game runtime, game data loader, tick management, transitions. God, what am I looking at here? How do we get physics, render, voxels? Not AI, not analytics. Analytics engine, no. Animation, runtime engine, no. Engine crash, definition, profile, replay to a resource streaming UI, game runtime, tick management. Click on pause, pause server, pause client. Okay, not exactly what I'm looking for. Gameplay. Let's see, maybe there's like time of day or like sun. 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 There we go. There we go. Okay, now what? Hit Control F12 again and turn it off. Got it. Now we're talking. Okay, figured that all out. That took long enough. Jesus. So that is 50 meters, yes? You bitch. You need to go back one more? Is that what you need to do? Do you need to go back one more block? Come on. Let's get this right. Let's get this right. We're taking long enough, aren't we? Get down, get down. I think I need to go back one more block. Because they're at 0.5, right, each or something like that, so I guess it kind of makes sense. Probably some stupid math in there that that my small YouTuber brain didn't comprehend. And that could also be another experiment. How much does it deform around it, right? Because we saw deformity on the blocks even behind it. About 50 meters away. The bullets come out like right there. I'll call that good enough. Right. So, turn off the UI. And fire. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, let's get a good reload. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So got rid of about 12. Got rid of about 12. But is there penetration? There is no penetration. There's nothing. It did not go through or hurt several blocks or go down the way. And it is still being accurate enough to the point that it hasn't hit any of the blocks behind it. So if we continue to fire, at what point does it start to be not accurate? Right there. I just saw a bullet go past. I just saw a bullet go past. From right there. I saw the animation. I saw the animation. But you can do partial damage to a block with only one piece. That's good to know. So even steel plates have their own health bar amongst their own health pool. It's not just one health point per, because this one's at 27%. Okay. Let's put a few more back. And at what point does it start to be inaccurate then? Because it's real close. I'm seeing bullets go past at about 26 to 25 meters. But are there actually bullets going past is the thing. We're seeing animations of it, but it's not actually going past. And as we can see, they still have their own individual health pool, while this one is sitting at 88% still with a single steel plate. I swear to God, I'm seeing bullets. I need to keep on checking this. Nothing here. We're seeing a lot more animations of this going by. But it's not quite there yet. Keep on trying. Right there. Okay, I saw that explosion. I saw that bullet mark. I saw that bullet mark. Oh, come on. You got it's so close. It is so close. You can tell that it's getting there. Keep on firing. Right. I mean, come on now. Not even seeing like 99 or where the health bar dropped down at all, or a tiny bit or nothing. We can still see that it's at 39%. Yeah, okay, so let's keep on trying. Is it inaccurate enough? There's deformity right there. Okay, there's deformity right there. 98, 99, 99. already doing area damage. It starts to get inaccurate. Let's place a GPS marker right here. Right there at the tip of the Gatling. Let's say at 32 meters. At 32 meters is when the Gatling starts to become inaccurate enough that it can start hitting blocks around its directed, pointed forward mark. Okay, so yeah, at about 32 is when we start to see that it moved past our blocks of single points and hitting blocks behind it, doing damage. And from this range, we can already tell that it's starting to hit several different blocks. So now we can get back to the actual original experiment. Delete this. We can now get back to the actual experiment. How inaccurate? Let's get that out of the way. How long has that been there? And fire. So from this far away, from 50 meters, away, we can already see that we're getting damage. We got 20% here on its original mark. We got 6% off to the left. We got 3% taken away from the top left. And we have 4% taken away from above. 20, 6, 3, 4. And it is pointed right here at this corner. So this is showing that it's firing a little bit more to the left, a tiny bit, a little bit to the top, but not so much in this region. It is still staying within this entire square piece. So if we repair this back up, it is sticking within just right around here. So actually, why don't we go ahead and paint this a little bit? Replace color, pick, paint block, quick menu, select a color. Let's go yellow. Let's go black. Go bright red. And let's go green. Right there. See, this is exactly what I mean, but I might have to re-record some of this. Because some of these colors would be nice. Actually, with that being said, why don't we actually go ahead and paint these ones back here as well? So we'll do that the same way. We'll see how much damage is actually going through. Right, this other one was this red. Actually, no, why don't we do... white... No, maybe we'll just do the darker versions. We'll do dark red. We do dark green. Do we have blue? Maybe we should do blue here instead. Black is kind of an odd color to choose. Right? And then we'll do dark blue on the back side. And then we'll do darker yellow back here. Perfect. And then why don't we go ahead and actually get the sun moved around again. Ah, I can just turn sun rotation off. Actually works out great. It works out great right there. Okay, so let's try it now. And we know it won't get destroyed in 2 magazines. It takes a third. It takes a third to do more, to actually destroy them. So we'll let this one go all the way through. That's going to reload. And now let's see what kind of damage that we're dealing with. So onto the yellow, our primary target, we have upwards to 47% damage where most of the bullets are landing. We have 14% of just slightly above it. And remember, it's aiming right here at this corner. We're getting 47 on our primary. We're getting 14 on the upper. We're getting only 4% to the top left. And we're getting 12 to the left. Okay, so between these two, it's about even between the two sides of 86% to the top right to above it, and only 12% to the one to the left. So they're about even, probably completely random and exactly where they land within their spread. But with it being aimed right here, that would mean that its spread is primarily kind of circled around this small radius. Right around here. So it's going to be hitting less of the red than so much more so than it's going to be hitting the left and the top, because of the way that the circle is going to be encompassing it, right? If we imagine a circle, right there on this point, the radius of it, the Gatling is about right there, and its firing arch is going to be right around here to this area, so naturally it's going to hit less up there. So it's still pretty good at range in general. Not bad. Let's continue firing and see how many it takes to destroy this after, let's see how many bullets it takes in general. We're already at 600. You know what I kind of want to do? Actually, let's get that reloaded. Can I reload that? Press R. Oh, right click actually does that. I want to turn off this new marker because it's getting in the way. It's getting in the way. Can we somehow... I guess we'll just delete. I can always replace them back, it's fine. Wait, then why did I even turn off the UI? Damn me. Damn me. Damn my ADHD. Forgetting about what I was literally just fucking talking about. Fuck me. Alright, reload. And fire. Now we're just gonna hold down the trigger and let this play while I take a sip of water. Yeah. Is there a third magazine? Fourth magazine? Fifth magazine? One piece is returned to do construction of blocks on grid. Nice. So now let's go see. How many bullets did we have left? Okay, so we went through about 100. I kind of lost track of how many magazines I was on. Our fourth or fifth magazine? So that's... So it wasn't 1,500, it was 4 times 6, what's that? So we were on 300, 600, 900, 1,200, so it took about 1,300 bullets. So as we can see here, 69%, nice, to the one on the left of the blue, 70% to the one on the green above, 94% still just barely touched to the top left, barely any bullets put on through, and deformity done all the way through, none on the floor, and no bullet penetration towards the back parts. And as you can see, the deformity live of how it actually does everything, actually. Look at all the colors getting all jagged. And no bullet penetration to any of these pieces out from behind, and nothing around neither. Interesting, interesting. Try that again. Let's try that again. Everything's repaired. We'll get a better block on. So that took about 1,300 bullets, I think it was. 1,300. Put that to yellow. There we go. And why don't we go ahead and actually paint around this as well? Why don't we go ahead and say we'll choose color. Aw, you bitch. Keep all our pieces there. Change color, put it back to bright yellow. That way we can actually see how much it does. Okay, let's try that again. Let's keep counts. Let's keep counts. Reload. First magazine. On to our second magazine. And also it's going to be to know the amount of time. I don't know how long this is actually taking us. Well, that's what editing is for. Third magazine. Fourth magazine. Fifth magazine. And that's consistent, 208. So 1,200 and about 80. 1,200 and about 90. So about 1,290 to 1,280 bullets is what it takes to destroy these pieces. As you can tell from looking at all this deformity. And again, we have similar numbers. We have 71% off to the left. We have 73% to the top, so a little bit less spread this time. And a little bit more spread to the top left, 91%. Did I ever end up actually repairing that? I don't know. And still no bullet penetration, and no damage to the floor, but still uniformed deformity all the way through to the entire area, to the front, to the sides, and all the immediate blocks that are touching the damage aspects of where it's being hit. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else? Is there anything else I can experiment with this? We can try 100 meters. We can try 100 meters. Right. Let's try 100 meters next. Because what is its range? If we go to Gatlings, go up to 800. It can go up to 800. That would be a video entirely in of itself. How accurate is the Gatling turret? Ooh boy, God, there is a lot of experimentation that I need to do. There's a lot of experimentation I need to do. Like, this in of itself could be a huge video just by itself. Of how much damage to, like, even just how much damage the Gatling gun does is a video. How accurate is the Gatling turret is a video. I want to make an absolute fucking catalog guide to every single question that could be asked about every single item. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to do. I think I don't, the thing is, some of these questions too, they don't take a ton of time to answer. Just tedious is the thing. It's very tedious to do, right? That's the thing, it's just very tedious. However, we can still answer all these, right? Because I can still come out with regular gaming content. And then, I mean, honestly, the regular gaming content is probably going to take less time than just answering these fucking questions. Depends on what I want to pay my editor for. Depends on how much I actually want to give him for. You know, these would be a lot easier videos. I might have to change the pay rate. I don't know. I might have to be like, alright, bud, I was giving you $50 per video before and stuff like that, but now at this point, fucking, if we're gonna be pumping these out, shit, I'll just give you, like, it depends on how fast you can work. I don't know. I can work on them too, though, at the same time, but I still need to finish my huge project, and I still need to finish my movie as well. I still need to finish a lot of things. God. And to think that earlier today, I was really sad and depressed and thought about actually quitting because I'm like, man, what's even the point anymore? And then this fucking popped up and all of the ideas are coming to me. This is a breath of fresh air. I'm excited for this. So hey, I see that right now we have... Yeah, it's Space Busters, exactly. That amount of hours that take. Oh my god, yes, but like every 50 meters, you know, type of thing. Like, how accurate is the Gatling every 50 meters type of situation? Like, how accurate is it really? And I can fuck around with all this. God, there's so many questions. It's Space Busters. Yes, I could be Space Busters. God, it's gonna take a lot of time. But can I still come out with regular gaming content in between there, my regular Let's Plays? Because the Battlestar Galactica one is fucking popping off for some goddamn reason. I don't know why, but it is. But to everyone who is watching now, I see that we have 11 concurrent viewers. To everyone who's been just appreciating my fucking ADHD mind run rampant and all the things that are coming to me. And this is off one single weapon. God, we haven't even started about the fucking automated one. If we can figure out how to get this shit to stand still, you fucker. Sit still. Sit still. You know, like... I don't know how to do that yet, because apparently we can't lock it in place. I'm gonna have to build a dome around this fucker and somehow time it. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to find some enemy blocks. I don't know. Can we spawn enemy blocks and make them look at it? They might just start firing automatically. I don't know. We can't do any of the control panels yet. And I don't think there are enemies yet, so I don't know if that'd actually be possible. I'm gonna have to do a lot of research here in the background. God, because that's 50 meters, right? Because I could create a whole testing platform that is literally just like a long fucking line. You know what? You know what? You know what? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Where's the sun? The sun is there. And honestly, it's pretty in line to what I want. I mean, I'm not trying to do all that right now. Am I trying to do all that right now? What am I doing right now? What time is it? 7? Got a week until my 12-day fucking vacation at Las Vegas. I only have so much time. But I want... Cargo ship? That's right, they added cargo ships. Hello? Let's go look at this. Hello there, buddy. I forgot that they added NPCs. Let's see what this is all about. Hello, cargo ship. Spawning on nearby. What are you all doing here, huh? What do the cargo ships look like? And can I fire at them? Get space battles going on against cargo ships? Ooh. That's already a fun idea. Come back here, come back here, come back here. You're running away from me. Come back here. Oh shit! Oh shit, they are enemies. They are considered enemies. Hey! 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 What the Oh, we can work with this. Yep, some of them shoot back. You know, turn off my dampeners. Go. Get back here, get back here. Come back here. No NPC, just the encounters. Can't wait for the NPCs to go in them. Right, when they actually start implementing the NPCs. I know, like, even in my video before where I made a whole video about how long it takes to get through the starter stage of the game. I even mentioned too, like, yeah, eventually they're gonna replace a lot of those contract givers with just with actual NPCs to talk to. Okay, are these resource silos? Can I lock to this? Undo action failed, history cleared. Oh shit. I don't know if I can dampen or lock to this. So I basically need to do some orbital mechanics here. Hang on. My speed relative to the body. And then back. Ah, Jesus. Carefully now. Carefully now. Okay, armed cargo container, centerline H2, control panel, airlock door, antenna, battery, bridge. Oh, okay, bridge light, right. Cargo container. What do you guys got in here? Can I see everything? No. Control panel. Control C's hydrogen tanks, ion thrusters, lockers, some narrow sliding doors, reactor, smelter, survival kits. Those are hydrogen tanks and they're the biggest size. I see. Can I dampen or lock to this? That's the question. No NPC just in case I can't. Yeah, I need. Oh. Where are your weapons? There they are. Interesting. So they got one Gatling on the bottom. And they're definitely missing some of their shots. They got none on top. Okay, let's see if I can get inside. Where would the inside be? Because I don't know if I can dampen or lock to this. I'm literally just floating around the best I can with my momentum. Maybe up top, maybe coming from above. There is a walkway here, it looks like. So I would think that maybe we can pop on into there. Off to the side. Door around here. Where door? Where door? Where more door? More door. Where door? Bottom. Maybe? Cargo ship there. Okay, let's look inside. Door there. Door there, which mean hallway here. Which mean possible in through somewhere through this piece. Aha. Still not aha. Fuck. Damn, where do you keep your doors around here? You know what? You know what? You know what? That's it. Window time. Coming through your windows, coming through your walls. There we go. Oof. Jesus. Now, isn't that a sight? Now, this is what I mean by the fact that I love taking screenshots. I'm going to take a screenshot right here. That is just... something about the lighting in this game is just absolutely majestic. That in itself seems like a screensaver, right? It almost seems like something that you would, like, have a screensaver on SE2, you know? Front chin. Oh, it must have been... okay, I guess we'll find out here, though, real soon. What was that noise? That was something. So it's filled with a bunch of resources on the inside. A whole bunch of every single bit. Door non-functional. Oh, the doors aren't functional yet. Wait. But that one works. Oh shit, I took control. Didn't mean to do that. Well. Wait. Narrow sliding door, non-functional status. Narrow sliding door, 2.5 meters. Can I make this functional? Maybe it wasn't functional to me because it was like, I don't know, non-accessible. Okay, okay. Again, even this. Even this. Is there a way I can turn off my reticule? GUI. Crosshair with HUD. Hide crosshair with HUD on. That's a screenshot. I love it. I love it. God, that's so beautiful. Okay. We got a lot of room. They come along with a reactor. Window flat. You can see inside the interior. That's actually kind of really cool. That's a nice little interesting concept. And then this comes on down below. They have a gyroscope. This one's non-functional. More lockers full of resources. Just another sound, whatever that was. Don't know what that was. Oxygen recharge, rocket. Medkit, oxygen, suit battery, rifle magazine. Whatever that is. X9A0F3. Is that like some kind of Easter egg? Character inventory. I can't seem to take it. Interesting. Can I take these other things? I can, but I can't take this. I can drop it. I can pick it up. Interesting. What if, what's inside? Is it something? No, that's that. K. G. Character. It's not in my inventory. Interesting. I can't seem to open, really. I mean, I see that inventory, but it's not in there now. Datapad inventory slot. Inventory slot. I mean, I go to G. Oh, data pads. Here we go. Click to 017. 017. I'll search for data pads. No. Can't seem to, like, activate it or nothing. I can only really drop it. Odd. Okay. I'll have to look at that maybe later, as a little bit of an experiment, questionable video. Ah! The outside! Oh. Yeah, I was probably looking right at it, wasn't I? Damn it. Probably looking right at it. Here's a cargo container with even more resources on the... And uranium. Oh, that's the big one. And uranium. So as long as you come at these ships from above, and a smelter as well. Very, very educational. We're learning lots here. We're learning lots. Get rid of this window. You can see all the way back. Very interesting. And it does have a reactor. Open the terminal. I can't really look at the inventory of everything else. Character, Centerline, Arc Cargo Ship, no. Probably because I need to take control still. F to disable. You can turn it on and off from here. That's actually really cool. You can see the green lights go on and off. Alright. And we still have survival kits, a gravity generator. We are at 1 gravity right now. Very interesting. So then now, if we take a look at everything, can I take ownership? Because there's definitely things in this ship. Block is working, block is working. But I don't know about ownership, though. Bridge light, light colors, right. Gatling turrets, shoot off, reload, powered on. Just go ahead and turn you off for the moment. Interesting. And it seems like they almost always have, so they're moving hydrogen, but they have ion thrusters, so they're just moving stuff. They're a cargo ship, makes sense. They won't want to use the thrusters that they're actually going through. Okay. But it is my ship once I got into the seat. It is my ship once I got into the seat. We can't really see all the inventories yet. Fascinating. Fascinating. So, I deleted my GPS signals. And I also destroyed all of the antennas. And I've also moved the ship around, so I don't know where I came from. Fuck. Prospector ship. Just get distracted immediately. Immediately. Oh, we need to find our way home. Oh no, where are we? Prospector ship. Oh, that's great. That's great. Just immediately distracted by something else. Like stuff and things. Hello there. Okay, are you gonna fire at me? Are you gonna have weapons? Oh, he's running. He's running. He's running. Come back here. Come back here. Speed back up. I'm back. I'm not done with you. Ask the universe where to go, and it answers. Apparently. Apparently. Okay. So this is a looking similar ship. Interesting, as we get blinded by the sun. Blinded by lights, moving through the sky. Rocks built stack the ship, moving through my yard. Where are you? Where's your door, damn you? So no weapon, a lot of cargo ports, a lot of windows. So it's a prospector though. So do you have drills on you? Come back here. Come back here. Where are you going? I mean, a prospector, though, I guess prospector doesn't need drills. That would be a mining ship. A prospector is something that might have, like, an ore detector on it, right? Because you're looking for stuff. So if I was a door, where would I be? I would be in the back. I would be in the back. That is a viewing port out the back, okay? If it's not in the back, I would check in the front. Aha. Not making the same mistake twice, I see. This door is non-functional. I can fix that. Hello, world. Okay, similar. We have an assembler on this one. Ooh. Cargo container. We can actually seal the cargoes on this one. Assembler, cargo container has a bunch of resources. Also has a bunch of extra components that you can go ahead and steal. Motherboards, magnesium bars, magnets, combustion chambers. Some nice high-tier stuff, actually. So prospector ships would be a good idea to kind of steal some things if you wanted to build something higher tier and you don't have access to it yet. Tiny bit of ice, but also the 100 uranium. Door in the same place as the other ship / front. Yeah, I found it. Up in the chin. Interesting. So built a little bit similarly. I love the look. I love the look. What is this? This is... Oh, this is the overclock. So this is the assembler. So the overclock slots. This goes towards the captain's chair. Buttons non-functional, unfortunately. Can I get a good angle for this? Yeah, that's another nice screenshot, besides the fact of having that alpha mark up there in the very top left the entire time. But still a good screenshot right there. Love it. And let's see what it has. Let's see here. Assembler, antenna, button panels that are non-functional, cargo containers, the whole bunch of connectors, crate, gravity generator, ion thrusters, ore detector. There it is. Yep, okay, I was about to say, it's gotta have one. Ore detection radius of 350. Beautiful. Ore filter. Oh, and you can actually filter it now with the ore detector. Look at that. I don't think that was a thing before. I remember them talking about that, and I think in one of their dev updates, but I don't know if they actually implemented it yet. Okay, yeah, so now you can make sure that it only shows what you're looking for. I mean, I guess I would almost kind of always want it on, because if I don't find what I'm looking for, I'd probably still want to see what's there regardless. But it does come with a smelter, it does come with a survival kit. And it's absolutely beautiful. And this one also has an ass viewing window. Just got another weird noise. I don't know what those are. More components. Oh, a lot of high tier stuff. So you got oxygen. Oh, this is actually medical stuff. Power cells, rifle magazines, med kits, Gatling ammos, rockets, jetpacks, suits, more med kits. What is that noise? And we got another data pad. 2 data pads, actually. Interesting. A lot of suit batteries. Fun. Fun. What piece is this? Oh, this is the backside of an ion thruster. Interesting. This is the side of an ion thruster. Okay, so you're kind of using them as walls. What does this say? What does this say? What does this say? Warning. Non-pressurized area. Dampen, damn it. Okay. Warning, non-pressurized area. Follow the instructions. Open valve B874. Release side hinges. Make sure pressure is normal. We see valve B874 around here somewhere. 0589675375513. Interesting. I'm probably too dumb to understand if there are any actual references like that. I do not know. Whoop! And this is still also a nice screenshot right there as well. I'm gonna have so many. There we go. This is why I love light shot. Beautiful. Alright. We need to get back to testing. The only problem is... Damn, that's bright. Where the fuck was I? Huh. Right, and I deleted all my GPS signals. So. Well, no. Actually, gameplay, can we maybe find objects in the debug menu? Input, physics, render, voxels, water, analytics, animation, engine, game runtime. Not seeing anything. No engine. No, I might just have to make a new testing ground. Input, physics, render, voxels, designer tools, plant flora. Ooh. Trees and shites. Got it. Okay. So what about... No, not this menu again. Off. F10, F9. Okay, so I can... Can I make a... No, that's where I am. How do I spawn myself here? Right, because this seems to be where my camera is. This is where the red ships are. And this is where I am. So if I go back to F8, and I spawn myself here somehow. Nah, let's see. Oh. Okay, this is where I am. New marker. I'm 28,000 kilometers that way. How am I going to get a marker here? I almost need to find myself. I would almost need to find myself. If I hold down shift and then go, I am to the right of my ship, to my right there. So if I go back to myself, I need to go that way. Somewhere over here. I'm gonna turn off dampeners so I can just go float. And also get blinded by the sun. Go off this way. We're gonna have to... Why is my mother calling? It is Monday. Leave me alone. So I am quite a bit farther away, but there was an antenna nearby. So it's somewhere out this way, and it's gonna be on an asteroid. There's the cargo ship. So we can't be too far from it. I wonder if it's gonna be those over there. I see stuff over there. Is that where we need to be? We were about 20 kilometers away before. We're definitely in the right area. I think that's the red ship there. Yeah, I think I spot it. Which means, where is my testing platform? Is that my testing platform? I think that's my testing platform. I see white. That might be it. No, but it is something. Got it. So this is the refinery. So then where is... This is the refinery that I had to repair a little bit. Got it. So then where is my testing platform? I'm going to put a marker here. Delete that one. Don't need that. This is what I get. This is what I get for being dumb. You know what? New testing platform. Where's the sun coming from? The sun's coming from that direction. Let's go get a new asteroid. Go to that asteroid. Let's go to that asteroid. New testing platform. Because I'm gonna do all the experiments that we need to do for a Gatling. I'm gonna do every 50 meters. I'm gonna have a block go out by... I'm gonna have blocks go out by 800 meters to test this, and I'm gonna test every 50 meters. And that is gonna be our primary purpose for this stream here today. We are going to just build out a really long platform and get this tested out. We'll go all the way over here. I wonder if gravity affects bullet. I wonder if there's bullet drop. I wonder if there's bullet drop. We'll have to, yeah, maybe we'll have to try that again, like also on a planet surface. So the sun will be directly behind us from this point. So I will say, let's also make it black. Right? Yeah, let's make it black. Because we're going to have a whole bunch of colors. And if I were to place a block, though, I'll say it's a little bit above. It would be on that edge, but it's not there. So I think I need to come down a little bit lower. I need to come down even lower? What if I were to do it from this angle? Right, if I do it from this angle, what kind of light, what kind of shadows do I get with this? Gives me shadows back there. So that means that maybe if I would need to rotate this a little bit to the right. Yeah, if I want to get rid of shadows for good lighting, I would need to rotate this just a little bit to the right. So we have that, and then we see this. And then can I... If I rotate myself a little bit... Why am I still trying to connect to that weird point? Yeah, new grid, new grid. If I were to do that there... No, okay, I need to... Yeah, right, I rotated the wrong direction. A little bit that way. Yeah, now we're talking, now we're talking. I need to do a little bit to the right. And a little bit back. Yeah, there we go. That's good enough. That's good enough. Now we got some good lighting. Now we shouldn't really have any shadows that we need to worry about too much. Very slight shadows. We're probably going to want to have a decently sized wall. We're going to want to have a decently sized wall. We're probably going to have a 3x3. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. Up by 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. And then border. Yeah, okay, okay. So then we'll drag this out a whole bunch. Now we got time to drag this out a whole bunch. And actually what I'm going to do first, I'm going to drag out this middle part because the sides are going to be white. Maybe? Nah, no, I'll keep them all black. I can always just paint it later. It's not that much of a problem. Especially if I just need to delete it. Actually, so if we were to place the wall, let's say if we were to start the wall like right there, that we're going to be aiming at. Try to get it as center as possible. Although, do we want to aim at a corner? I think we want to aim at a corner, right? So if we're going to aim, let's say, at like this corner here, like this corner here, we want to hit all this, and if we want to see how far it's going to go out, that's a 2x2, which means if I wanted to extend that out by one more, I'm going to need a 4x4. Right? Let's say I'm aiming for, I mean, what would center be? Because I don't want to aim right in the middle there. I want to see how accurate it is. I mean, I think 4 blocks would be enough. I don't think it's going to start miss-aiming from that far away. Even at 800 meters. Can it miss-aim? Probably. Okay, I need to do some math here. How is this going to work out? Because I imagine from all the way from 800 meters... all the way from 800 meters, I wouldn't think that it would miss that much, right? If we were, I mean, how many colors do we have? That's the main question, right? Because if we were to do the primary colors, let's say... Well, it's not going to be in the middle now, is it? I'm going to need one more layer of black. Need one more layer of black. Let's just say this right here. Because if we want the middle to be right there, or maybe the middle to be right here. Middle to be right there, which means we need one block around that all the way around. Boom, boom, boom. So then we're going to need boom, 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 boom. We'll aim there. And it shouldn't be able to hit past this. Got it. Okay, so, color time. Immediately that change. Do that. Now do yellow. Bright blue. Or, wow. Yeah, bright blue. And then we'll do bright red. And then we'll do... That's kind of darker blue. It's going to be kind of hard to get all this color coordinated. Darker yellow. And then, I guess we can also do white. We can also do... I guess darker green would be over here. Darker red would be there. Darker blue would be there. And then we can kind of do a white and maybe a gray. We can do like a dirty white. And we can also just do that double it. We don't need to have them completely individual, just that way we can tell the difference between them all. Why don't we do another red there. And another yellow there. Which means that on this other side, we can do another blue here. And another green there. Right, I guess we don't really need... Is that going to be easy enough to tell? Is that going to be easy enough to kind of tell? Right, I kind of hope so. Because we want to see where all the color, where all the damage hits. And we're going to be aiming right here, at this red corner. It should be easy enough, right? I think so. But if we're going to be aiming there, we're probably... Okay. So, if I want to aim up to there, which means that now we need these blocks. Put them back to black. Put them back to black. Get this extended out. Now we have this on both sides. So now we just put our GPS marker and we go out 800 meters. Do this, put GPS markers. Wall. Oh, well, okay. New marker there. Oh, is it because this? Well, actually, I can't do it there. I need to delete that. I need to do it up here. Or else it's going to skew my numbers. And it seems to do it, like, at my feet. It seems to do it, like, at my feet. So if I actually do it like this and actually stand on it, and actually stand on the wall, get right on there, and then place the marker. You can just name this wall. Or target. Now we'll just say wall. Right there. Got it. Okay. And now we go out 800 meters. Get my big block back. Oh, that's my detailing. No wonder I'm not getting it. And then shift plane and just keep on going out. Okay, I can't do too many at once, it seems. What I have to do is kind of like in sections then. This is going to take a little while. Not too long, though. I guess we're already at 200 meters.
We already at 200 meters, don't you worry. We're gonna be right in rain in no time. Keep on moving. Hey, that's right. Do a little bit more each time. Keep on going.
And man, I can't wait until I get my full body rig so you can actually see me like moving my arms around and stuff like that when I use my avatar. I'm just not using my avatar because again, I'm recording a lot of this. So I don't want to have anything on screen. But it's still good. Eventually I will be getting a full rigged body so that you can actually see me move around on camera and stuff like that too, so that'll be good. And no, guess what? The first VTuber who's not an anime boy or anime girl or a furry. Well, it's not a furry character. So it'll be good. I'm excited for it. My little robot, my little robro, my Dave, soon to be completed. Soon to be completed. I think within like a week, so I'll probably have it when I come back. When I come back from Las Vegas, I should have it. I'll be ready to pay for it and everything. And depending on how much money I lose in fucking Las Vegas. But I don't really plan to be gambling too much. Don't plan to really be gambling too much. I might do a few hands of blackjack. You know, going with like $100 and that'll be about it. I think that'll be kind of my limit. Everything else though, I'm gonna be spending my money on everything else this meeting. The restaurants, the sites, the attractions, and just traveling around Ubers and shit like that. God, probably a lot of it just mostly on food. There's so much food there. Hello people, question, so why do you need a 1,000 meter platform? It's 800 meters because the Gatling turret, which is going to be our primary testing thing for today, the Gatling turret range is 800 meters. Max firing range 800 meters. So now we just got there. And actually, let's just go a little bit further so I don't accidentally, damn it, walk off the damn thing. And then let's say throw that on. Perfect. Okay, so now we need to mark this every 50 meters. Oh, yeah, I could probably make like a really cool tunnel with this. Boosting along, especially like the skins and shit like that. That'd be like a really cool animation. So now we need to test this every 50 meters. So let's get our small block. And how tall is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 blocks. That's easy to remember, right? Because they're 5 by 5, 10 blocks. Move all the way back to 50 meters. And actually, how long is the Gatling? The Gatling is how long is this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4. And each of these are 0.5. So that means I need to technically go to 52 meters to have the muzzle come out at exactly 50. Right? I'm still in line. I'm still in line. I hope so. That's going to be the hard part, is making sure I actually stay in line. But actually, it should be right on this point, because you can tell the difference between the two sides. So now I need to go up 10. So that's already 1. Let's get rid of that. So we'll go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, actually. And then from right there, from the muzzle points, is 50 meters. Got it. Honestly, though, I kind of just feel like... Yeah, okay. That's good, and now I need to go out to 100 meters, or 102 meters. Right, so I need to go out to 102 meters. Which means that right where I'm standing on this piece is 102. So I place it here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Got it. And we go to 150 meters. All right, still on this line. I'm going to go out to 152. right on that piece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 200. 202. 202 right there, so probably right on that piece. Right? Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe I should just do it every 100. I mean, no, if you're gonna be a Mythbuster, if you are gonna be a Space Engineer's Mythbuster, you have to go all the way. You can't half-ass it. Every 50 meters. Not every 100. What kind of bullshit is that? Huh? What kind of cop-out, oh, is taking too long bullshit mindset is that? No, every 50. If I was a real chud, I'd do every 25, but, you know, fuck that, though. Fuck that, though. Not gonna do every 25, but every 50 I can do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So how's your guys' days going, huh? Y'all having a grand time watching me set this up? You know, while you guys are all here, while people are watching, feel free to like the stream. I would greatly appreciate it. Every single like does go a long way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And make sure to join the Discord. The very first 100 people who do end up joining the Discord will be known as the OGDs, and you will get special statuses and privileges to getting a priority into games and multiplayer games and other updates when we actually become a bigger channel, to the fact that we get more than 100 people inside the Discord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that way you can... I may have fucked up. I may have fucked up. Because here's the thing. Change from the 500 meter to every 100. No, I can't cop out. You gotta do every 50. But I just fucked up. Well, because we realized, I don't know if you were here before, Miguel, but we realized that the Gatling starts to become inaccurate at about 32 meters. Because we had a line of these single blocks, and at about 32 meters, it started to go around the blocks and go past it and hit blocks behind them. So we know that at least within the time frame of 50 meters that there is inaccuracy spread with the Gatling gun. So we actually have to do by every 50. Every 100 won't give us a good enough count of how this works. But I have fucked up. Because the thing is, the idea is you can only fire one Gatling at a time, because I've not figured out how... I don't think the cockpit is working right now with the groupings of the Gatlings. I can't seem to put each individual Gatling there. But I can't... Well, I can move back one per. I didn't fuck up. We'll start at 50, we'll move our way back, and I'll delete each wall along the way. Because I was thinking that once I get all the way back here, these walls are going to get in the way, or these pillars are going to get in the way. But I can just delete the pillars as we go. As I go back each increment when I test it. Right? Because we're looking at the percentages. We're looking at how long it takes to destroy a single block. Is the experiment question. Like, how much damage... I mean, I guess the question is, like, how accurate is the Gatling turret every 50 meters? Right, and the reason I'm going to 2 meters is because the turret is 2 meters long, so the muzzle actually comes out 2 meters in front of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'm going up 9 because the 10th will be the Gatling. But how accurate is it to basically to the point of when it actually ends up destroying a single block? So not only are we going to be seeing how accurate and how large the spread is, we're also going to be counting how many bullets it took to destroy a single light armor block. And then we'll have to try to test this again as a different video against heavy armor as well. So yeah, I'm gonna copy paste. Shut up. I don't know how to do that. It looks at it. Huh, damn it, he's right. He's right. I don't really know how to do that. You're too smart. You're too smart for your own good. So this should be 52, and I'm 0.37. So from right here, I need to go back one, back one, back one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're almost done. We're almost there. We're getting there. 502. We're over halfway. We're over halfway. So the very edge has to be the thing. So right there is going to be my 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And also, I don't think it's going to be a huge problem if we're accidentally like 1 meter closer. You know, whatever. But get to 550. 552, right there. No, right here. So this block will be it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What's the blueprint? Yeah, isn't there like a blueprinting thing? New grid symmetry. Hold Control P to start a selection. Blue outline target a block and click to start selection. Use Control WASD to expand the selection area. Huh? Wait, no. Control P. Start selecting block. Wait, what? Start selecting block. Confirm selection. Deselect. Change size. Precision controls. Control P. Select. Precision controls. D doesn't seem to be doing anything. W, A, S, D, E, R. Wait, no. Q, W, E, A, S, S, D. I don't know, doesn't seem to be doing it. There's your masterclass in copy paste, and yet I still don't figure it out. I don't get it. That's just pasting this block. I don't really get it. But no, okay. Control P. Select starting block, but how do I... Fuck it. There. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. That works. We gotta go to 600. Use the scroll!
Use the Force, Anakin. Did you know that the Force can actually save your mother? Yeah, we weren't gonna tell you that one.
Right, so right there in front of me. Where the fuck's my... Okay, come on. 602, right where I am. There. Okay. Oh, but then I have to do... Fuck it. I'm doing it the manual way. Then I gotta do it again. Then I gotta do it again. 52. Right there. So it'll be this block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Almost there. Almost there. 3 more. 3 more. 3 more. But also, if I guess to finish my thought, damn you ADHD, my thoughts from before, I am going to be doing a whole bunch of experimentations with space engineers in general, releasing a whole bunch of videos, making a catalog of it all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you guys want to see more of that, please make sure to subscribe so that way we can actually know that you guys want to see more, and so that way you can go see more when we come out and resolve all of these questions. This is just what happens behind the scenes when we actually have to go and actually experiment with all this bullshit, is that we have to build this fucker. We still have to build the fucker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And now to the last one. It's fun to see you going crazy with this. Yeah, thank you. Watch the content creator go mad behind the scenes. Fucking always, yeah, at least now I get to talk to somebody instead of talk to myself. I'm gonna just be sitting here in the silence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I guess in a way you kind of get early access to watching the experiment, huh? Hurry, make it members only live stream. Alright. Turning out nice. Not bad. Every 50 meters. To hit our rainbow wall at the end of the trail. Fantastic. Will it make more fun some pillars have 10 blocks over than have 9? No, they should all have 9. They should all have 9. Which one won't t- Oh, you fucker. You fucker. You fucker, you're making me do this. You're making me do this. Now you have me second guessing myself. Oh, fuck you. I gotta make sure that they're all actually in line, though. This is part of the experiment. We have to make sure that they're all in line. Otherwise, I'm gonna be second guessing myself the entire time. I'm gonna be second guessing myself the entire time if I don't actually go see if this is all 100% in line. It should be. If anything, I'm gonna feel more pride in knowing that I make sure that it's all 100% in line. Because that means that I paid enough attention to actually get it done. I think I see which ones that actually might be too tall. Are these ones back here too tall? I hope not. Or else I'm gonna know that I've failed myself. Okay, almost there. We're 500 meters. Aha! I see. I did make one too tall. I started making them all too tall. Shit. Well, it looks like there was more than one. Looks like you missed one too. There was more than one. And then this should be able to reach all the way to the end. Good, okay. Well, I'll give you credit. Your 50-meter idea just helped me on the test area here at work. How so? Explain. How many can I delete at a time? Can I delete more than I can place? Certainly seems like it. Nope. I mean, I can definitely delete more than I can place for sure, but I can't go the entire length. It's not infinite. That went about 300 meters, which means it should quit again around 200 then, huh? Right? If that math is correct. Whoa. We're at 300. We were at 500, so it goes every 200 meters. Wait, what? But then how did I get to 500 from... I don't know. Apparently I'm not watching the numbers close enough. Whatever. Still interesting to see. I'll just delete that and then get this last bit. And then we'll get this last bit. And... done. Okay. Oof. Boy. God damn. We've been streaming for 2.5 hours, and for some reason it feels like I've been going for like fucking 12. Yeah, and from right here should be 50 meters. Alright. Alright, so now where do I want this cockpit? Where do I want my cockpit? Where shalt I get my cockpit? Okay, why don't we just do it from... I probably want it out of range. I probably want it out of view. Maybe? I don't think it really matters that much. Right, if I were to just rotate this around. Yeah, how is the camera gonna work, though, with this? I see. So, if anything, I'm actually probably gonna want this up closer, then. Because the camera's gonna center around me. So if I actually just kind of hide in the shadows, and I just say, put my cockpit here. There we go. Well, I'm testing right now the accuracy of a game, Rotors. I'm show speed 1. No, you're not. Speaks Cyrillic, speaks Russian. Either that, Ukrainian, Baltic. I don't know, something around there. Well, I'm testing right now accuracy of a game to different length and kind of the same, but also the effect of some conditions inside the game that makes it harder to aim. Well, there you go. Perfect. Do I want to add a second layer to this? I might want to add a second layer to this. I don't know what I'm saying, by the way. I don't know what I'm saying. Show speed 1. Russian bot boy. Let's see here. So I'm gonna place some more. And I'm gonna have to do dimmer colors. So this is gonna be, let's do all the greens. Actually, do I just want to do the opposites? Maybe I want to do the opposites. I'll do, no, we already got blue there. What don't I have? I don't have yellow. Where else don't I have yellow? Suddenly I feel like I'm playing a mind, like, tester game. Because now suddenly I have to figure out how to coordinate all this. Put a blue there, and... no, we already got a blue there. So, let's say then do a green down here. And we don't have a red up there. We'll do red up there. And then we don't have a... we don't have a white. We don't have a whitey over here. Get back here. We don't have a white there. We don't have a white there. But they do... so no, I'm gonna do gray then. Gray there. Because that doesn't touch any. And then this one would have to be... shit, we'll might just have to do a black. And then we'll have to do a white there. And then we can do a... we can do a black there. And then... you see what I mean? Suddenly I feel like I'm playing like a fucking... like a weird, like, mind melder game where I have to figure out the code of what not to place next to other colors. Or something like that. Oh, white there. I don't know, blue there. And we'll do... fuck it, yellow there. A red here, and, green. Right? Yeah, yeah, good enough. Color-coded. Color-coded perfectly. Yeah, that worked. Yeah, great. And Russian asking how you are, brother. And before he says hello, I'm just speed. Well, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just getting along with some experimentation. We just finally finished our testing platform. And we're gonna see... I think we're about ready to get this. Wait, we need battery power. Actually, I don't know if I actually really do need battery power, considering that it's creative mode. But we probably need batteries. Probably need batteries. Change size. Let's go ahead and do that. Make a few batteries, why don't we? Good. Very good. Got it. So, every 50 meters, I'm going to fire this Gatling and see the spread and how much and how the spread does. Like, how... Jesus. Okay, how accurate... Oh, God. It doesn't like going near the wall. It doesn't like going near the floor, because it's trying to go way far, I think, behind the pillars. So we're just going to have to do this every 50 meters. Right, because as soon as I go back here, it's trying to get me to look all the way in the backside. It's a little bit off-centered. So why don't I do something like this? Let's go ahead and move the cockpit. I'm going to move the cockpit to, like, right here in the middle. And then maybe I can get a better angle at it. Very, very careful. Right about there. I mean, it's not very center screen, though, which sucks. I think the closest center screen I can get is, like, right there. Well, what I could do... I could just start copy-pasting the 50-meter thing, right? Digital, I don't speak Russian, just using Google Translate to explain the situation. Yeah, the only Russian that I know, which I don't know if he knows English, because the only Russian I really know is sukoblet and babushka. Ruskia. I don't know. Broskia, sukoblet kruskia, relaska. I don't know. I don't fucking... That probably sounded like absolute gibberish to him. Probably like absolute fucking bastardization of his language. I know one of those is a swear word. I think one of them is like bitch and like one of them's like a whore or something like that. I don't know. Alright, so... Not a great camera angle, which sucks. I know, here comes my YouTuber brain. All about the camera angles. You want it to look appealing. You want it to look nice. Maybe from the side? From this side. You could say from right about there. Because the thing is, the camera angle stays. I kind of want to get it a little bit lower. Actually, why don't I go... I want to get lower to it. Why don't I actually drop it down? Let's drop down the cockpit. Let's say like right there. Can I maybe drop this cockpit from behind and maybe will it be seen? Is the thing. Will it be seen? Why am I suddenly not remembering how to fucking rotate things? Right, so if I were to come up here... Yeah, now look at that. Now that's an angle. You know more than me? Brother, I just said, I think 3 words. I put a roll on my R for Russia, and that was about it. I can make myself sound Russian. No, do not worry, we are here from Mother Russia. We are here to help you. Fuck the communists, or fuck the capitalist pigs. Yes. Yes, silly. Alright, so, we have our first Gatling. How accurate is the Gatling gun every 50 meters? Let's find out. Yeah, hang on. Idea. I need to know this now. Do I keep the UI on? Do I keep the UI on? Because I'm gonna want to count bullets. I'm gonna want to count bullets. So, do I want to have the UI on? Whoa. Jesus. Do we want to keep the UI on? No, I don't think I do. Let's reload. I'll just have to try to remember in my brain how many it did, right? So if I write this down, where is a note? I literally have a notepad and a pencil directly in front of me. An old golf pencil that from my old golf shack that I used to work at. How old am I? I'm 31. I used to work there when I was 16. So like 15 years ago, still got this old pencil. Hell yeah. He said that he worked on factory wages too low to afford a PC that he can play the game. That's fair enough. Yeah, I know you guys gotta... Is he from Russia? Ask him if he's from there. If we could create a Gunshin big sword, it would be really cool. What's a Gunshin? Explain what that is. And also, welcome, Lisseverus. Another bastardization. Okay, so I'm gonna write this down real quick. 50 meters. 100. 150. 200. 250. 300. Man, I love golf course pencils. They always write so smooth. 350. 400. 450. 500. 550. 600. I'm running out of lines. 650. 700. Damn it, I'm gonna be one line short of getting to 800 on my notepad. And then I'll just write 800 off to the side. Okay. So now I know how many bullets it's gonna take. Got it. So we have everything reloaded. We're at 300. I'm just gonna write down how many magazines and how many bullets then we had there so after of how long it took to destroy a single block. So the question is, how accurate is a Gatling in Space Engineers 2 until it can destroy a single block? Let's find out Let's start firing. Go. That's one. And that's two. And it should be shortly here from our previous experiments. Three. And four. It should be about 100 bullets here. So that was 4 magazines. I'm gonna make dashes in all of my notepad here. Dashes on all of my things. So I'm gonna say that's 4 magazines. And how many bullets left over? So we went through 90. 90. So it takes about 90. Okay, so we got that done. Now, what we need to do is that we need to fix this. Let's just go ahead and put the light armor block back here. Now we fix all this up. Although I probably should have looked at the deformity. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that one more time. Let's do that one more time. Let's actually create a method for doing this, right? Because each time I do this, I'm going to count how many magazines it took. I'm going to look at the spread. That was red, wasn't it? I think and that has to be red. I think. Damn it. I need to hold R, not press R. I think that was red. So I want to look at how much damage it took, or how many magazines it took, and ammo, and look at the spread in general of how it deformed everything around, and see how much damage it did to each individual piece around it. Right? And we look like we didn't do any damage to anything around here. So we will do shoot, magazine, or ammo, look at deformity, look at the damage. That's the plan. That's the plan. That's what we're going to be doing with each one of these. Try that again. Am I reloaded fully? No, I'm not. He's Russian, living in Russia. Well, just be surprised you haven't been sent to the front lines there yet, brother. Slava Ukraine. I think he understood that one. I think he understood that one. But, you know, to be fair, he doesn't really get a whole lot of say in it, right? He doesn't really get a whole lot of say in it. He just lives there. Sort of. F2. And this is number 3. Here's number 4. And then it should be about 90 bullets into this one. Yep. Oh, that one actually only took about 80. Maybe I want to test these twice. Now let's go take a look at how much it did. And taking a look, actually, do I want to maybe move the sun as I get this shot? Maybe I want to move the sun so we can actually look inside there. So if I go to F12 and then go over to... get rid of this. We need to go to render. No, it was gameplay, wasn't it? It was gameplay. Then we'll go to sun down here at the bottom. Yeah, okay, I literally already have it. Right about there should be good. Right, and then looking from this angle is still not going to mess with anything? Okay, good. So as we can see here, around that central block, it managed to deform. So as we can see here, it managed to deform the surrounding 3 blocks in its entirety, all the way caving inward towards the impact site. And if we take a look at the damage that was conducted to each piece around this, aiming from this corner piece, we managed to do 28% to this block to the left. We managed to do exactly 28% to the block above it. And we managed to do 8% to the block to the top left. And on top of that, as we can see, did we do any damage to any of these blocks down below? No, but each of them have been deformed into the area around the targets, directly around that point. And there are no penetration all the way through besides extra bullets that may have passed. Going around to the backside, nothing else has been damaged all the way through, so no penetration, just direct single point damage. And that was 50 meters. So, actually, I should probably also keep note of that as well. Shouldn't I? I should also keep note of that. Ooh, I should also keep note of that for each one. So now that I have that, I'm going to write these down again. 50, 100, 155, or 150, the fuck ever. 200, 250, 300, 350. So I also want to keep track of this. This is part of the whole testing phase, right? We need to see how much damage it actually did around the point of impact. What point of where it was aiming did it actually hit compared to what it hit around it? And then 800 over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a grid out of my paper here. I already got lines there. So I'm going to say, of course, the middle one doesn't matter. So what we need is left. What I need is top, and then I need top left. I'm going to create a line down around here so I can write down all these numbers. Definitely made my left column way too short. But from here, left side, it did 28. Top side, I know it did 28. And top left side, it did 8. Okay. So now that we did that, we delete this, get it out of the way. We get this out of the way. And we go back and we place a Gatling now on the 100 meter mark. And now we place it on the 100 meter mark. I didn't accidentally just delete a piece, did I? Because you should be up 10 pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, good. They're up 10. Got it. And now let's go back and repair. Is Gatling centered? Yes, it is as centered as it can be. We'll get this. Delete this. And then get everything else back. Get all this back. It's as centered as it can be. Where it's aiming right now. Get his piece back. Where it's aiming right now is right here at this corner. Right here. Remo is not centered. Here in Russia, many people want to move to the US. Life is better there. Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah, everything is bad here in Russia. Very much so. Low salaries, people can be sent to war, and the elder's pension is 90 degrees. Believe me, I keep up to date on the Ukrainian war every single day. I see all the news that happens about Russia. I'm actually very informed about Russia, its economy, its state of affairs, its infrastructure, its oil fires, its refineries, its docking ports, where its navy is at right now, where their front lines are at. I'm very aware of what Russia is. I'm very aware. Got it. So yeah, it is aimed right here at this corner piece. This is as centered as you can make it. You can't get it right here in this little piece. But the experiment is that because it's pointed right here, we're trying to see how much it hits this block as compared to anything else around it to see that spread, right? Because you're never really going to be hitting anything directly center. You might be hitting stuff on the edge or in the corner to where other pieces are. So you want to see exactly how much that spread is going to be. But now everything's been repaired. And we're on ready for the next experiment. At 100 meters. But, wait, everything's reloaded, right? No, it's not reloaded. Reload that. And fire. One. Two. Three. Four. We're on our fourth. Now we're on our fifth. Fifth magazine, so it should have already died by... It should be dying right about now, but it's not. Six. We're on our sixth magazine. Okay, so it took 5. And how many? It took 5 and about 120. 5 and 120. Okay. And then if we go look at it, how much damage did it do overall? As we can see here, trying to get it a little bit centered. As you can see here, it did quite a bit of damage, still deformed a whole bunch of stuff around the entire area. If we go take a look at it, we can tell that up here, in the very top left, it did 32... It did 32 damage in the top left. To the very top piece, it did 59. And to the left piece, it did 54. Okay, and then eventually I'm gonna have to find the averages of all these. Nothing to the right, nothing to the bottom right, nothing below it, nothing completely far left. Nothing on these other pieces, nor them above. And of course, just to check, there is no bullet penetration. Why do I check that? Who knows, maybe range things matter for some odd reason. But you can see there's still similar deformity. Still similar deformity. And a lot more damage to the surrounding blocks. Got it. So let's try 150 now. Now we need to do 150. We just did 100. And that's already a pretty wide spread. And right off the bat, it had about a 26% increase on the top left piece and about a 28% increase on both the other pieces. And on top of that, it went up about 400 to 500 bullets just off of another 50 meters as comparatively to before. So that's already a huge jump with just that alone. Put that there, and then we go to 150. Where's my gap? Yeah, it's already a huge jump in spread and bullets to make that work. So this is going to get pretty ridiculous when we get up to 800 meters. We may not actually even have a wall big enough. But we'll see. And we'll place that there. That's going to be at 150. Right? Right about there. Yeah, right about there at 150. Question, can you activate the CC so he can translate? I'm going crazy and doing a brief summary about this. Oh, that is a good question. Can I turn on, closed captions? I can't. It looks like I have to do that before I start the stream, because it's grayed out for me. Add a delay, closed captions. Yeah, I can't turn it on. No, it looks like if I wanted to do that, I would have to do it before the stream started. Shit. So, I do apologize. It appears as though that I cannot do that. It will not let me. Did not think I'd be getting Russians. You know? But, you know, that's fair. That's fair. You know, I should probably turn it on, though. Why not have it on, right? Why not? Because it's an option that people can toggle on and off, right? So if I can just have it on, I probably should do that more often, right? But all right. Here is 150 meters. So that's what. So this is that. This is number 2. This is magazine 2. Three. No, we're on 2 because I haven't been counting the first magazine. I haven't been counting the first magazine. Now we're on. Now we're. Shit. I haven't been counting the first magazine, so technically, because I'm counting how many times it takes to reload. I'm counting how many it takes to reload. Right, because I was going 1, I was going 2, I was going 3. Now I'm questioning myself. Now I'm questioning myself. Now I'm really questioning myself. Fuck. How have I been counting those? Because yeah, I was counting them as they reloaded, right? I was going 1, 2. Right, so that means that these are actually all up by 1. Right, so which means that this should probably take like... This should probably take... I need to test that again. I need to test that again. Shit. I'm just gonna do the 50 meter one for real quick. I'm just gonna do the 50 meter one real fast. Right, that's all I'm gonna do real quick. I'm just gonna do the 50 meter one again real quick, so I can make sure that those numbers are correct. I need to make sure that these numbers are correct, because if I have only been counting when I reload, that means that technically I should be on 5 magazines and 90 bullets. The 52 is right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I just need to see how many magazines it takes. Right, I just need to see how many magazines it takes. Each time I reload is a full magazine. Yeah, it's going through 300 bullets. So I was counting how many times it took to reload, I think. So I just want to confirm, because if I was, that means that this should then take, technically in total, 5 magazines. Because we're already on 1. So if I just start again... so we should be already on 1. So when I start firing, I should then be on 2, and I should end on 5. Right? So, we'll see here. We'll technically be ending on 6. So that's 2. That's 2 magazines. I should be counting magazines. That's 2 magazines. No, that's... Wait, so that was 2 magazines. How am I thinking about this? How am I thinking about this? This is driving me crazy. How am I thinking about this? I'm driving myself mad. No, no. I'm driving myself crazy. So, I should be counting how many magazines we went through. Right? Now confused. Exactly. Confused. So I was counting how many magazines we were going through, not times that we were reloading, if anything. I mean, it's the same thing, though, right? So if I was counting how many times I had to reload, that's still the same amount of magazines I was going through. So I should actually still then end on 4 magazines and end on the 5th magazine of 90 bullets. Let me just reconfirm that. So we're going to go through the first magazine. One. Yes. Yes, it is. 2. 3. 4, which means it should be in about like 90 bullets. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's reloading 4 times, which means it went through 4 magazines and then 90 bullets. Okay, okay, so I do have those numbers correctly. So no, that is a number 4. That is 4 mags, and that other one was 5 mags. Okay, okay, got it, got it. So we're correct now. We're correct. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Now, okay, so now we got our stuff. Now we got our stuff. Get you big red piece. Awesome. Go delete this. So in conclusion, when the block is destroyed, stop shooting. If less than 150 bullets count a magazine. If more than 150 bullets don't count the magazine. Well, no, it's 300 bullets, right? It's 300 bullets. So like it took 4 magazines. I'm just keeping this so I can keep track of how many bullets it actually takes. So that's 4 times 300. So that's 1200 and then plus 90. That's 1200 and then plus 90, so it's 1290 bullets. 1290 bullets to destroy a single block from 50 meters. And this is 150 here. Right, so that's what we're counting. So I'm just mostly just keeping the magazine count, or how many times I have to reload, just so I can just do it by counts of 300 and then know how many are left in the final magazine to then add that onto the final counts. Right, so now we're at 150 meters. So now we're back to where we were. Sorry for getting confused there. All right, so we're at, let's reload. So 150 meters, fire. So really I should just be saying 1 magazine. 1 magazine. Two magazines. I mean, heavy armor will be a different experiment. It's all light armor, though, yeah. But heavy armor will be a different experiment. 3 magazines. Four magazines. Five magazines. We're getting close. 6 magazines. Seven magazines. Okay. 7 magazines and 7 magazines and 110 bullets. So that went up by 2 magazines. Yeah, these blocks are hard for light armor, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it is just a fixed Gatling turret, but yeah. I think after 250 meters, it'll take more than 20 magazines. Yes. Oh, shit! It was at 9. Let's do the experiment again! I repaired it. I repaired it. I'm gonna have to do it again. It's not gonna be good for footage. It's not gonna be good for footage that way. Gotta do it again. But at least now we can get consistent data to make sure that we are counting this correctly. Now we can get consistent data to make sure that we're doing this all correctly. So you're all 100% repaired, yes? Nothing across here, nothing across there, nothing across there. I just want to make sure that we are getting consistent data then. That's my excuse. So I can actually get a repertoire of actually doing this properly. So we have a full mag, so 1. It was at 13%. Yeah, but it's repaired. I didn't get my footage for it though, so that's the thing. I didn't get my footage for it because my brain forgot that I was supposed to be doing it. 1 magazine. We should end on 7 magazines and like 100 some bullets. 2 magazines. Three magazines. Okay. 4 magazines. So it should end on 7 again. If it's consistent. 5 magazines. Yeah, it should be 7 magazines and around 100-ish bullets. 6 magazines. Seven magazines. That one. Ooh, that one took about 210. That one took about 210. I wonder if it's going to plateau off at some point. Like you were saying, that you were thinking that like at 250 meters it might take like 20 magazines, but I wonder if it's eventually going to plateau to the fact that maybe it's just going to do complete area damage and just destroy a lot of them around the same point. So now that we did that, jump out, don't repair it. Don't repair it. Take this out of my hand. UI it. Kind of looks the same every single time. It looks the same almost every single time, so I can probably skip past a lot of that, but it's still good to get the shots just regardless for in-betweens. And as we can tell, onto the left-hand side, we got 72 damage. In this top corner, we got 75 damage. And to the top left, we got 48. So the top left has risen by 16%. The top has risen by 16%. And the left has risen by 54, 72, 6, 10, 18%. So 18%, 18% to the left, 16% to the top, and 16% to the top left. Okay, interesting. I imagine it's gonna plateau off at some point. Actually, can I get, where are my tools? Construction. I was gonna say, I wonder if I can just get a better welder going on here. I think it's a more round damage. Yeah, now it's starting to get kind of to like the area damage type of things going on here. It's gonna just, it's gonna start getting to a point, I think it's gonna plateau off. I think it's eventually gonna plateau off at around like 8 or 9 magazines. I think it's going to plateau off at about 8 or 9 magazines. So then we place that one back. Get on back. And now let's go do the 200. Try to get the area welder. That's right. Forgot about the area welder. We actually have the area welders right there in my number 4 slot. Right there in my number 4 slot. I could be using the area welder that they just added. And from here, it should be, yep, about 200 meters. All right. Everything is repaired up, and just to make sure, yeah, how many air, oh, this does by like a 2x2. Nice. That's beautiful. That's really good. That's so, I don't even know what other words. That's magnificent. It's beautiful. And it actually tells you, it gives you all the different blocks of how many like steel plates it's going to take for what you're welding to. 120 there, 60 there for a couple, then down here 90, 120. Yeah. Okay. So now let's do 200 meters. Get it reloaded. Same angle. For the 200, I go by 10 magazines and some bullets. I mean, yeah, because 50 was 4, 100 was 5, but it jumped up by 2. at 150. And consistently for the extra bullets left in the magazine, it was 90, 120, 110, but for the second try of 150, it was 210. So for 200, I'm gonna say 9 and like probably like 200 bullets. That's gonna be my bet. It's 4 big blogs. 4 big blogs. And fire. And also in editing, I can also see how long it takes with each one too. One magazine. I mean, look at that area spread. Look at that area, 2 magazines. Look at that huge area spread. We might start getting to a point where it's actually going to start hitting way outside that too. That's why I wanted that big area. Right? 3 magazines. We might actually start seeing damage on the outside already, honestly. 4 magazines. But I mean, a lot of those pieces were really close to kind of getting to dead, so it might plateau off pretty quick. 5 magazines. And who knows, maybe it'll start getting to a point that actually goes back down. Maybe it'll get to a point where it actually starts going back down in magazines again. 6 magazines. Maybe it'll plateau off at 7. 7 magazines. Oh. Oh. 7 magazines. Hang on. Actually, how many bullets and how many bullets? Did I miscount? And about 230 bullets. Interesting. I wonder if I miscounted. And as we can see here, and we're going to put this away. Turn off the UI. Look at the area damage. A lot bigger. A lot bigger. It's starting to get a little bit more out towards the edges. I think we're going to have to try that one again. We can see here in the top left. Actually, I'm going to not write these down right now because I want to try this again. We're seeing 54, which is a raise by about 6%. Not going to write these down. 75% for the top, which is exactly the same. Left is 70%, or 69%, which is actually down by 3%. And these outside blocks have not received any extra damage. Nothing outside of the initial impact zone. Got it. Okay. Let's try that one again. Because if I want to make sure I didn't miscount. Because we had about the same amount of magazines. Okay, that all got area welded back. Let's make sure I didn't miscount. You are all good, yes? You are all good. And these ones in the back. Good stuff. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Because that didn't go up at all. That only went up by about 100 bullets. And that fits. So let's try that again. Take a sip of water. Be really adamant about counting these. Right, so that's 1 magazine. I did do the area welder to start off with. I did the area welder. That's 2 magazines. That's 3 magazines. That's 4 magazines. That's 5 magazines. That's 6 magazines. Okay, and that's 7 magazines. And it should be getting close here. Should be dying on this one. Right there. And that is 270 bullets. 7 magazines and 270 bullets. The first time was 230, this time was 270, so it is inconsistent. Of about a different 100 per. So if we go take a look at this now. Hello there, Anakin, or Mr. Vader, as you once were. Take a look at this. We can see a much larger area deformation. You can see it's starting to get up towards the outer edges. But now if we actually take a look at the damage being done, I'm going to start writing these ones down. To the left, we did 74 damage, which is only a 2% increase. To the top, we did 71, which is a 4% decrease, or a 4% decrease, and the top left is 57, which is a 9% increase. Interesting. Very, and of course, need to check nothing around on the outside edges. Right? Yeah, nothing on the outside edges. And nothing on the backside. And nothing deformed on the backside. Got it. Okay. Now we gotta go up to 250. Get all that done. Get all that done. Get all the deformity back. How much general increase? From 150... Well, I mean, from 50 meters, we had 4 magazines and 90 bullets. From 100 meters, we had 5 magazines and 120 bullets. But then from 100 to 150, we jumped up 2 magazines. To 7 magazines, 110 bullets, and 210 bullets. But then to 200 bullets from 150 of 7 magazines. From 200, we also had 7 magazines, but we had an increase of about 100 to 150 bullets. In terms of damage, the left side, we had a 2% increase, which is negligible. The top side had a 4% decrease, which is negligible. And the top left, though, the top left increased by 9%. Is this the same game that you played yesterday? No, this is nothing like Armored Core. What? No, this is not Armored Core. This is Space Engineers 2. This is what all of my future content is going to be turning into. I'm going to be a Space Engineers 2 Mythbusters. That is my goal. That is my niche. I have found my niche. There. I have finally found my niche of what I'm going to be changing a lot of my content to, and still try to keep the regular gaming content going at the same time. 250 meters. 250 meters. Now I guess we're just going to have to see if the spread gets even wider. Or does it also kind of plateau off at another point as well? I reload you. And now, actually, I'm going to go get some water real quick. To everybody who's watching, everybody who's been sitting here, and also Miguel, I know, Anakin, are you playing on VR right now? No, I'm not on VR right now. I'll probably get on VR later tonight. Probably go into the fishing world or maybe go chillax with some people. But right now I'm just doing experimenting. But I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and I'm going to go get some water. So you guys come right on back. Don't worry. We're going to be continuing along with this experiment and keep on seeing how many we have to go. We're at 250 meters now. This is good science. So I'll be right back with you. And everyone who's been watching for a while, go get water, go to the bathroom, go stand up, stretch your legs a little bit. I haven't taken a break in 3.5 hours. So I need to go get some water. Be right back. Pants are coming off. Pizza. No, I said pants are coming off. Not pizza. Ugh. Not quite ready yet. But I do still see your stuff there in the background. That was Armored Core. The game was called Armored Core. Something about Rubicon. The Fires of Rubicon was the game. I think it was Armored Core. Yeah, I think that's the. Let me look at the title. Yeah, Armored Core 6: Fires of Rubicon. That's what it was. All right, though. Whew. Get on back. Okay. Turn off. Get that music out of here. Pause that. Get back. Ah, you bitch. All right. So, let's get back to experimenting, shall we? So, do you have a Discord server? Yes, I do. You can find all that down below in the description of the stream if you wanted. Otherwise, I'm actually going to go ahead here and give you that Discord link right here in chat, and also for anyone else to join. Remember, the very first 100 people will be known as the OGDs, and when I become a big YouTuber, and to where the point the Discord gets a lot of people, then you very first 100 people will get special access to, you know, getting priority for joining in multiplayer games and pollings and special ideas and stuff like that. So be part of the very first original OGDs, the Digital Ds, to help really give us that boost that we need. help really give us that boost that we need and keep spreading along the love. Alright, and I think I just saw somebody pop on into it. Yes, I see a Mughal. Rolls OGD. There you go, brother. Good to see some actual humans alongside here instead of robots that like to come in and spam shit.
He got it. Well, good job, that Mughal. I'm so proud of you. Yes, welcome to the army. Spamming memes. I'll have you know, my meme folder is like 2 terabytes thick. I'm gonna absolutely fill off a free porn. Wow. Thank you everybody for joining. It really means a lot to me. I can't thank you enough.
Is there a way to make sure that the sound, damn it, is there a way to make sure that the sound doesn't go away every time I click off screen? Some games do that, unfortunately, which is always really annoying when you're streaming and or recording things. If I go to settings, and this just stops the music in general. If I go to audio, graphics, performance, I got it on quality, so we got that stuff looking good. Display, GUI, no, it doesn't look like I see anything that can game. Audio sensitivity, speedometer, no, I don't see anything that allows that. Sometimes they got settings for that specifically. Really 2B2 of memes. I love some good old 2B2 videos. I never played it, but actually I did try playing it once, but I couldn't get out of spawn, so I just fucking gave up. Like, this place is too sweaty for me. Fuck this. But alright, we are now on 250 meters. Now, considering the fact that the magazine stayed the same, but the bullets went up by about 100 to 230 and 270, logic would dictate that at about 250 is probably going to take, I'm going to predict 8 magazines and about 110 bullets. That's what I'm going to predict. Ready, and... no, reload. We're down 1 bullet. Ready, and fire. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm seeing that large spread. Seeing a very large spread. 1 magazine. They might actually start hitting other blocks here sometime soon. I might actually end up having to make it even wider. I might end up having to make it 2 magazines. If I have to make it even wider and start adding more blocks, oh boy. I mean, we'll have to see when we actually get to that point. When we actually start getting 3 magazines and kind of count with my fingers right now. Because if we eventually get to that point, God, I'm gonna run out of colors to fucking use. I'm gonna run out of colors. You know? 4 magazines. There's only so many colors I can choose. I guess I don't need to make it double thick though on the sides, but it should be, you know, I probably should. 5 magazines. I think this one we are gonna start seeing damage on the outside blocks, and if not, then definitely the 300 one. 6 magazines. Okay. Okay. We're about to reach 7. 7 magazines, which means that it should start breaking on the 8th. No, I'm counting the magazines it went through. It should be breaking on this. Because now it's gone through 8 magazines. Right there. Boom. Right there. And with that, we can see that we went through about 100 bullets. So 8 magazines and 100 bullets. That's actually almost exactly what I predicted. It is. I said that. I said about 100, 110. We got 106. 106 for that. Interesting. Okay. So starting to kind of have a little bit of a pattern here. But if we take a look at the damage, in the left-hand side, in the left-hand corner, we are seeing upwards to 80% damage. In the top side ring, we are seeing 77 damage. And in the top left, we are seeing 62 damage. And the most important parts, are they hitting outside of the blocks? Are they starting to spread even further out? Everything remains to be at 100%, but it is getting close to the edges. And yeah, as you can tell, it's getting even more deformed than usual. The impact radius is even larger The impact radius is now even bigger than before. It's almost like a full square impact into that entire area. Remember the photo or screenshot? Yeah, right there. Thank you. Yeah, right there. So no outside damage yet, but very interesting. Should I try that again as I repair this? Do you think I should try that again for consistency? And see where it goes? Or should I just move on to the next? I mean, yeah, it's very time consuming, but I mean, I guess no sweat off my bones. Now that I got some water and some hard salami in my tummy, kind of fine. Alright, okay, so I got that written down. So, I mean, I did double on everything else. The only one I didn't double was actually 100s, which I can always go back and redo 100. So actually the 100 is the only one I haven't doubled up on in experimentation so far. So let's try this again then. Let's just consistently say that we'll do that twice. What you'll be doing without this team reminding you of everything. Really beating myself up consistently and getting really angry with myself, but you know, in my lonesome, like a man crying at the darkness. Fire! I was at full magazines, right? I think so. I remember clicking on it. One magazine. I remember clicking on it before they reload it, and plus that seemed definitely like 300 bullets there. It definitely seemed like it. 2 magazines. And thank you for sticking alongside me while I lose my mind while watching this. You know, we had a whole bunch of people stopping by earlier, but looks like we're just down to 3 now. 3 magazines. So it looks like we're just down to 3 people now, but I think we had a height of about like 16 or 17 people watching at a time. It was actually pretty cool. 4 magazines. And so far we've had 207 views. This is actually doing pretty well. 5 magazines. I'm kind of tempted also, like after the live stream is over, I'm also kind of half tempted to actually delete the entire first half of the stream. 6 magazines to delete the entire first half of the stream and just keep this part of the stream of where we actually do the experiment. 7 magazines. You know? But I suppose I'm going to be making a video about this, so, you know, I kind of fuck it, it's whatever. Oh! Oh! Oh, we were still on 7 magazines. But nearly a full magazine right there alone. I almost feel like we need to test this again. Because that took 200... and basically 70 bullets, because I always round down because I hold down the trigger for half a second. That was 7 magazines and 270 bullets. But wait, that would be exactly the same. That would be exactly the same as 200 meters. At 200 meters, our second try, it took us 7 magazines and 270 bullets. We need to do this a third time. We need to do this a third time. This is starting to get interesting. Well, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Let's move on to 300. Right, because that just means that at this range it's starting to plateau off. I don't need to do this again. Actually, that spells a different story. Right? Because the first time, I know I probably should have looked at those damages, but oh well, I got them the first time. But the first time, we had 8 magazines and only 100 bullets. And, but now this time, we have 7 magazines and 270 bullets, which is still pretty similar to 200 meters, when we also, on our second try, had 270 bullets, but on the first try, we had 230 bullets. Like, I didn't miscount that, right? Maybe I should just try it again. Because otherwise, that would mean that there is about 100 bullet difference. Just at that point alone. You know, if my gut is telling me to try it again, then we try it again. Like, maybe I didn't repair everything properly last time. Right? Maybe somehow I didn't repair everything. Or something weird. I think it'll be depending on how you get the accuracy change of it. Right, but that is a large difference. That's why I'm second guessing if maybe I miscounted, right? Because between our first try and our second try at 250, we had a difference of basically 330 bullets, which is an entire magazine's worth. Doesn't the gun rotate while shooting? No. They are completely fixed in place. These ones are. If I can boost on over there. These ones are fixed in place. I mean, they have... I think they technically fire out this top side or whatever. I'm not entirely certain. But no, they're fixed in place. They do not move. And these asteroids are static as well. The asteroids are not moving. So there's no travel time or, like, lag behind of... There's no like lag behind as if like from firing where they are to where it is that there's gonna be like some travel time between where it's gonna like drift off to the right or like left or something like that, right? One magazine. Two magazines. But that makes me question though. I also wonder if there's bullet drop. I wonder if there's bullet drop if you have gravity. I mean, that in itself is already a question, right? 3 magazines. So we'll see what happens with this one. Four magazines. And the thing is, I can actually just copy this whole thing. I probably should have blueprinted it before, huh? 5 magazines. 6. 7. We're on our 7th, so it should be getting destroyed this one. 8 magazines. Okay. I told you that like an hour ago. Yeah, I mean, well, there was a lot more people chatting before, so I may have missed it. Okay, and then about 270. Okay, so you know what? I must have miscounted before. Because this is 8 magazines and 200 and like 260-ish. So I must have miscounted one last time. Right? So it's 8 magazines again, and also like 260, 270 bullets. Okay. And let's look at the damage. Let's look at the damage. Let's see how this compares to what I wrote down the first time. This is about 86%. Okay. And that was 80 before. This is 70% in the top left, and it was about 62 before. And this is 83%, and it was 77 before. So the rates are inconsistent on its spread. Right, and because that is the whole point of the spread, is that it's spreading. I think every 100 meters the magazine changes. Yeah, might be. I mean, it's so then at that point we need to see how many bullets is changing in between each point. So at that point we just need to count the bullets. That's also why I'm keeping track of the individual bullets that we're having, because I mean, we had a big jump from 100 to 150. We had a pretty big jump from we went up 2 magazines from that point. And then let's go ahead and do. And that in itself we can go back and retest again if we need to in the future. No, I didn't press that. But we can always go back and retest that one as well in the future. And then place that there. This should be 300. Yep, about so. At least there is a pattern. There is a pattern. That's why I'm trying to see if it maybe plateaus off at a certain point, because that's going to be really important knowledge, right? Because that's the thing. People are going to want to know this specifically because of combat. I've seen the combat scenes in like gameplay of SE1. I've been playing SE1 for fucking like, I don't know, it feels like a goddamn decade at this point. I've been playing that game for so goddamn long. You know, I don't really play it as much anymore nowadays, but I used to put so many hours on that shit. But to have this knowledge to know where the most optimal shooting range would be, that's why I'm wondering if there actually was a jump from 100 to 150, going from 5 magazines at 100 and 7 magazines at 150, because that would mean that the most optimal range to be with the Gatling would be underneath 150, about like 125 to 100, of course close range. But if it eventually plateaus off at a certain point, let's say we get to like 400, and then everything past 400 just suddenly becomes like, I don't know, 10 or 11 magazines the entire way down, then you'll know that technically kind of like the most optimal range of like mid-range would be around 400, and anything past that wouldn't matter. But then what if it be something around like 650 to 700 that suddenly changes up to something super fucking ridiculous like 15, 20 magazines? That way you would know that right around 650 to 700 would be the range of which that you know that your weapons are doing no to jack shit with them at that range. So that's why we need to find out where it plateaus off, and then where it might have sudden changes and big drop-offs. So right now we are doing the 300 meter one. Everything is repaired, everything is reloaded. Turn this off, let's start counting. And also just trying to see how big the spread necessarily is, because you're also trying to see if you're trying to hit something specific, one magazine. If you're trying to hit something very specific, like let's say you're trying to hit their Gatlings, or maybe their antenna, or their ore detector, or their reactor, or their engines in particular, for some odd reason, two magazines. If you're trying to hit specifically their engines and you're at like 400 meters, or like maybe you're all the way at like 800 meters, you're going to know exactly how far your bullets are actually going to be spreading. At 3 magazines, you're going to be spreading in terms of actually being able to hit your target, or if you're going to be able to hit a whole grouping of targets. Maybe you see maybe you're fighting a carrier, you see a whole bunch of like small drones or ships down on the down 4 magazines down on the top of the carrier. You would want to know exactly kind of the area of what you're going to be able to do with that, but you know you're not going to be doing a whole lot of damage regardless. But if you have multiple guns going, then, you know, 5 magazines, then of course you can just kind of fill the entire area with just bullet hell. Especially if they're small blocks, you know, they do decent enough damage against small blocks, you know. So 6 magazines, so it's really good information to have, and I'm sure that they're going to be changing this a little bit in the future. Okay, 7 magazines. We're getting up to the point where the other stuff is starting to get destroyed. Okay, 8 magazines. Let's see if it happens here. Ah, 9 magazines. Oh. Uh-oh. 10 magazines. Uh-oh. 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 We might have found 11 magazines. We might have found it already. 11 magazines. 12 magazines. Or no, 11 magazines. Sorry, we're still on 11 magazines. I don't know why I counted that all of a sudden. 11 magazines. And 200 bullets. Interesting. Interesting. So we just went up by 3 magazines and by a bunch of bullets. We just went up by about 900 bullets. Going from 250 to 300. Going from 250 to 300, we've already jumped up 900 bullets. Just to destroy a single block that we were looking at. And actually, hello? We didn't destroy the block that we were even looking at. That we were aiming at. We destroyed the one above it. Let's go take a look. Now this is some interesting developments. Taking a look at this. The pattern is getting much wider. And I'm a little bit concerned it might start hitting the floor. A little concerned we might start just hitting the floor. Gonna have to fix that somehow. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, I suppose, if it actually does start getting the floor. But taking a look now at the damage, I'm going to start writing this down. Taking a look at the damage. Funny enough, top is 100. Which means I didn't have a slot for bottom right. So I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to have to add a slot now for BR. I'm going to do TL there, cross that out, and do BR. Luckily, I got it just barely enough with this. So what is the one that I was actually aiming at? 99. 99%. And then to the left-hand side, to the left of my targets, I am at 93. Wow. And top left, we are at, okay, 94. So all around within this area, we got 93, 100, 94, and 99. It's starting to get to a point that the spread is so much, it's actually spreading it out evenly. And what about up here? Is it spreading to anything outside of its... Yes. Okay, shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to add some new ones then. 300, 350... 400 or 50. God, I feel like I need an Excel sheet for this. 500, 550, 600. I'm doing this on a piece of paper. I need an Excel sheet for this crap. 700, 750, 800. Which means I'm gonna have to do... I'm gonna have to coordinate all this off. Hang on. Okay, Jesus. So I'm gonna have to do... I'm gonna do RT for right top, and then we'll do RB for right bottom, and then we'll do top right, and then bottom right. Bottom. Then we'll do bottom left. And then just straight up top. And then we'll do top left. Okay, God. Trying to make myself an Excel sheet on a piece of paper at this fucking point. Okay. So, to this right bottom, we did 15%. To this right top, we did 14%. All the way to these other ones, nothing of significance. Anything on the bottom, yes, to this bottom left, we did 14%. To bottom right BR, we did to this bottom right 2%, and to this one 14%. So double 14% on the bottoms. Got it. Okay, understood. Interesting. So there was a huge jump from 250 to 300. Yeah, there was a huge jump in those spreads and damage from 300 to, from 250 to 300. Interesting. Okay, and 900 more bullets. Well, let's keep on experimenting. Not done yet. Build it all back. Build it all back. Bob the Builder. There we go. And then this was yellow. It was all yellow. I haven't heard that song in a long time. Could have checked if there was like back damage. There shouldn't be back damage. Alright. So, now let's go move on to the next stage. Interesting. So, big jump from 250 to 300. So, it looks like the optimal range to keep on doing damage is going to be right around 250. I mean, well, the most optimal looks like it's going to be 100. But then medium range looks like it's going to be up to 250. With 300, there's a big jump. So now let's see if 350 does something similar to it. Or is there going to be another huge jump? There could be another huge jump. And let's make sure this is at 350. Yep, 350. We're starting to change the pattern. Right as you said that there is a pattern, suddenly the pattern has changed. But now we gotta try 350. We'll see how that does. I wonder if there'll be another huge jump. It's starting to get ridiculous, and it's also starting to take a while to do each one. But this is what science is for. Fire. Wait. Reload first. Fire. Big spread. Big stretch. Big stretch. One magazine. Ooh, look at that big stretch. Look at that big radius. So I wonder if there will be a maximum to its spread. 2 magazines. There could be a maximum to its spread as well. We'll see if it actually goes beyond. It actually starts hitting the bottom blocks. 3 magazines. Like, if it starts hitting the bottom blocks, that's when we'll know. Because it's more likely going to start hitting the bottom blocks because of its position before it ever starts accidentally shooting off to the top, right? 4 magazines. It always just kind of throws me for a loop. I'm surprised it even takes this many regardless. Like, it's a lot of bullets. A lot of bullets. 5 magazines. So I think it's more about the fact of just how many bullets can land in the area, more rather than what's more about the spread. Right? The spread is the thing. 6 magazines. So the spread is what's making everything. Because a bullet is still doing bullet damage, but I don't know if the distance is necessarily reducing the damage. 7 magazines. I don't know if the distance is necessarily reducing the damage, or is it just spreading it out so much that less bullets are hitting exactly the target that it wants to hit. Right? It's 8 magazines. Now 6, now 4. No, you stop that. I'm counting with my fingers, so I don't lose track. I'm counting with my fingers. 9 magazines. Okay. 10 magazines. I feel like it's gonna plateau off around like 11 to 12 magazines. I feel like it's gonna plateau off because of the spread. 11 magazines. Because nearly everything in the center was getting destroyed. Right? So I think it's gonna plateau off around 12. 12 magazines. Maybe not. Maybe not. 13 magazines. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. 14 magazines. Oh my god, this is starting to get ridiculous. Uh-oh. It's starting to get ridiculous. 15 magazines. We are at 350 meters. 15 magazines. And 20 bullets. Wow. So 250, we had 8 magazines. 300, we had 11. And at 350, we now have 15. It rose by 3, and now it just rose by 4. Yeah, place your bets on how many magazines it's gonna take at fucking 800. 40? 30? Let's go take a look at the damage. Wow. Wow. That is a big jump. That is a big jump. And our target did get destroyed this time. our target did get destroyed this time. So, let's look at the damage and write these down. Left-hand side. 99.9. 99.9 damage, I'm gonna say. It's at 0%. Thanks God you are in the creative. This could be expensive resource use. Yeah, I thought about maybe doing a survival mode to start testing this shit out. God, I didn't think it was gonna be this bad. I would never be able to find enough fucking magnesium. Top left is 93. Consistently staying up in the 90s. And top side, 96. Got it. So it's spread a little bit more to the left this time instead of the top. But now if we're looking over to these other angles, this is where my fucking... God, my terrible menu is gonna have to... Oh God, what have I done? Okay, right top. This is 29%. And then right bottom is 36. And then top right, we got 4. Bottom right, we got 9. And then bottom 26. And then bottom left, or just regular bottom, this is 23. Top, ooh, 12. And then top left, we got 11. Block. Okay. I gotta write out my fucking, I gotta write more fucking menu, or more graph here. Okay, 400, 450, 500, 550. I gotta write out more graph here. 600, 650, 700, 750, 800. Which means I'm gonna need top left. I'm gonna need left top. I'm gonna need go down, you bitch. Left bottom. So go down, you bitch. And then we got bottom left. Okay. Got it. And then draw my lines. I'm gonna have to, am I gonna have to buy Microsoft Excel? Am I gonna have to buy Microsoft Excel? Is that what's about to fucking happen? Am I about to be one of those people who I'm gonna fucking release an Excel sheet and all this shit for people to go fucking look at? In order to view it, you gotta subscribe to the channel. You want my Excel sheet? Subscribe. This is now my life. You will need to do the rainbow plate bigger. I might. It's not going down too far yet. But I think I will. And I should probably just do that now, huh? Use Google Sheet. I never heard of Google Sheet. So my red one got there. Beautiful. And then do that. So yes, my rainbow block is gonna have to be bigger. Where is my viewpoint? Okay, what I'm gonna do is bring this down by a few blocks. Drag that over. And then I'm going to need to Get this. Damn it. Keep him going past it. There. Gonna need to do that. And then I'm gonna have to delete. There we go. I'm gonna have to delete some of this. Got that deleted. And then get this over. No, not pasting. What? No, get out of here. Fine, I'll just do it by hand. We'll just do it by hand. Yeah, it's gonna screw with the consistency, but that can still be part of the whole point of the video. Be like, and then at this point, I had to make sure that, you know, fucking I made the block bigger because the spread got too large or some shit like that, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna need a connection up to this. Where's my... This is starting to get dumb. It's starting to get dumb. Starting to get a little bit dumb. Right, so let's just do this. Let's put batteries on this back side. No, let's just... We don't need to do it like that. We don't need to put it all the way over there. Boom, batteries are there. I just need to make sure that this is connected so I can see the Gatlings. Right, that's what really matters. And I can just delete this stuff, get rid of you, get rid of this weird little tidbit. Make sure we stay connected. Okay, good. Changing a little bit of topic. Have you played Assassin's Creed? You know, I liked the old original Assassin's Creeds. You know, I liked, like, you know, Assassin's Creed 3, and I really liked Black Flag, but that was kind of like the last Assassin's Creed that I actually liked. I tried playing Odyssey, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, kind of really fucking hated that one. And then I tried playing, like, that one that we were out in the desert. It was alright. It was okay. I don't know, they just don't really feel good anymore, you know? I don't know, just something about they're just not really all that appealing anymore. Like, they're okay. I mean, I still just basically have fond memories of what they used to be like, you know? Is the thing. It's basically just like I guess I live on the nostalgia of when they used to be good. So from here, though... Yellow. Blue. Red. Yellow. Red is not touching any of them. White is not touching any of these. Although I suppose a yellow could do. And then a green can go there. Which means a red can go there. Which means that a yellow can go here. And a green can go here. Which means that a blue can go there. And a yellow can go there. Which means that a green can go here. Which means that a blue can go there. Which means that a yellow can go here. No. Which means that a white can go here. Which means that a green can go down here. Which means that I need to do a red over here. Which then, of course, means, you know, of course we gotta get green. But we can't forget about blue. But honestly, let's give back the good old white. Alright. New rainbow, new rainbow. New rainbow just hit the market, guys. New rainbow. Alright. One of these colors are not like the other. Wait. You are not like the other reds. You are now. I'm the grayest and blobbiest. I'm playing Assassin's Creed 2 again. Best one on the me is the AC Shadows. They really brought good old memories. It's good old nostalgia. Honestly, I like going back to the old games like Ocarina of Time and shit like that. I love going back to the old games like Ocarina of Time. And it says I have no power. It says I have no power. But if I go back to 9, do that. But I love playing stuff like the old Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Star Fox 64, Donkey Kong Country, and shit like that. Those are my old classics. Or I like to go through Halos every once in a while. You know what? I don't want this to be so bright. I want to make these things black. I don't want them to be so bright, so they're not showing up in the footage. I mean, they still will, but regardless. Kind of need to change my angle. I need to be higher now. Yeah, actually, what if I put myself behind there now? Well, I guess the problem is that I'm not going to have access to the Gatling guns then. Right. Then I'm not going to have access to the Gatling guns. How do I want this shot to look? I mean, I could literally just keep it right there and say it's good enough. Well, then at that point, then I may as well delete back some more of this. We'll delete it back to, like, here. So that way it's no longer in the shot while it's being shot. Alright, so let's make sure that we are reloaded. We actually have no access to the gun. Right, okay, so we do need to change this. Can I maybe change your color over to black? I've always thought about doing an Ocarina of Time kind of like playthrough. Just because, you know, I do like playing it every once in a while, kind of just like a good old nostalgia sense. I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm not like a speedrunner or nothing like that. I don't know all the best tips and tricks, but it's still just fun to play. Still fun to experience every once in a while again. My N64 died in December. It had a great life. No! I think I still got my N64 and Super Nintendo in my closet. I haven't tried it in God knows how long, so, I mean, I don't know. I hope it still works. I hope it still works. But I should have access to my Gatling gun now. I do. Reload that. Why did I need to reload that? Did I not move it back yet? Did I not move it back yet? I may not have moved it back yet. Where's my... We just did 350. We need to make sure that we are 400 meters away. I may have just expanded out the rainbow platform without pushing these back yet. Whoa! Yeah, okay, so that's 3 feet. I need to go back to 400. Now we'll go back to 400. Wasn't there a live stream today that Keen did before releasing the update? Yes! Or rather, I think they did it as the update released. I think they did it as the update released. But I don't know exactly everything that they went... I think they just went over, like, what was released and stuff like that. You know, they're not experimenting like, you know, like we are. So yeah, 400 meters away at the tip of the nozzle. But, you know, they haven't done any experimentation, you know, of, like, exactly how... I mean, of course, I'm sure that they know all the values, right? But they're never going to tell us that. We have to find out ourselves. Alright, reload. This is 400 meters. So, last time, it took us 15 magazines and 20 bullets, which was a 4-magazine jump up from 300. So, just to remind everyone, 4 magazines at 50. 5 magazines at 100, jumped up to 7 magazines at 150, so 100 is optimal for close range damage, and then 7 magazines for 200, 8 magazines for 250, but then from 250 to 300, we went from 8 to 11, a 3 magazine jump. On top of that, that's also then when we started doing outside damage with the spread. The outside damage started at 300, past the blocks of our initial 4. And then from 300 to 350, we jumped up by 4 magazines. So this time, I'm half expecting us to jump up by like 3 or 4 more magazines again, go up to like 18 magazines. Gonna have to be counting the entire time, and this outside damage is gonna spread a lot. But we are going until just the first block is destroyed. So I still feel like eventually there's going to be a plateau off where no matter how much the spread is, there's still going to be enough bullets into a center point focus that a block is going to be destroyed that will end up plateauing off. So, without further ado, here comes 400. Start firing. Oh, you can even barely hear it now. One magazine. This is the fun part where we get to sit here and count. Are we gonna have to, 2 magazines? Are we gonna have to make the rainbow wall even bigger in the end? We might end up having to make it even bigger. I see, I think it, hang on, 3 magazines. I see, I think I was thinking it would be like one of those DLCs that they do for SE1. I mean, not really. I mean, the things that they do for SE1, 4 magazines. The things that they do for like SE1, like that's like, yeah, it's like adding more blocks and stuff, but this is still alpha mode. Like they're just coming out with parts. The game is not out yet. This is still an alpha release. Like they're 5 magazines. Like the only thing that they're releasing at this point is literally just the base game. Like things coming out now are literally just the base game. Like, hey, this works now. Experiment with it. We added weapons now. 6 magazines. So it's not so much as though they're DLC as so much it is just releasing things that they're already planning to be working on. As you can see there in the very top left saying alpha, right? Alright, 7 magazines. So they still have a lot more to add. Like they have a whole roadmap. Like water's coming next in version 3. So that's going to be a big one. That's what they've been working on the most. I think that's what a lot of, it's 8 magazines. I think that's what most people are most excited about is just actual water being added to this game. Because think of the possibilities. Think of the flotations, 9 magazines. Think of all the boats and sail ships and things that we can create and underwater bases and fluid dynamics and filling people's bases with water and filling lakes in 10 magazines. And like making our own pools and like cool areas to chill and like cave under like a cave, like cave pools and shit like that. I don't know. I mean, it'll be awesome. It'll be 11 magazines. There's so many things that you can do with it. So many possibilities. There's so much more room for activities. 12 magazines. I went to get a sip of water and I put down my finger. 12 magazines. The last time I took 15. 13 magazines. Last time I took 15 magazines. So we should be getting there soon. We might plateau around 14, 15. Right? Because here comes 14 magazines. It's got to plateau off to a point. Get my finger ready to lay off. 15 magazines is where the last one broke. Oh, we're still going. We're still going. 16 magazines. We're not quite there yet. It's taking even more. And then we're going up to 17 magazines. We're already up by 2. We're already up by 2. Uh-oh. 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 18 magazines. And place your bets now how 800 meters is gonna be. Jesus. 800 meters is gonna take so many. 19 magazines. This is now up by 4. This is now up by 4. And there we go. Jeez, that almost kind of looked like a face there for half a second. Wow. So that was 19 magazines and 200 bullets. When spawning a workshop ship, how do I recompile the grid buttons and everything, or do I have to manually set them all up? Thanks. Well, I mean, for SE2, mean, it depends on what you mean by SE1, if it's SE1 or SE2. SE2, the buttons don't work yet for SE2. Like, none of the buttons are functional yet, or the control panels. Those are not in the game yet. Like, I was looking at those earlier, but it still says no functionality. So the buttons in SE2 don't work yet. But for SE1, they should automatically come with the blueprints. For SE1, when you download something from the workshop or download somebody's blueprints, it automatically has the groupings and buttons and things and all that stuff for it, I'm pretty sure. I mean, that's what I've done in the past. I don't think I've had any problems with this. So if you downloaded something and it doesn't have the things, it means that they literally just did not set it up. Or there's like some issue uploading it. But now let's go take a look at this. And what exactly am I testing right now? I tuned in late. What I'm testing is how many magazines and how much damage a regular Gatling turret does every 50 meters. And that was 400 meters. And we're already up to 19 magazines. So go ahead and do this. This is like I'm basically being like a Mythbuster of Space Engineers 2. SE2, my bad. Thanks again. Yeah, so the buttons and stuff don't work yet in SE2. Those have no functionality. If people have buttons in there, then they probably are just planning ahead for what they want to eventually have buttons, right? If they didn't set things up down below, like in the grid, I mean, they should download with it, but if they didn't set it up, or is something wrong with it? Because this is still alpha, you know, things could still be all fucked up. You know, it could just be a problem, could be a bug. But okay, so we got that. Now we gotta take a look at the damage. So, I gotta write all this down. Where's my pencil again? Got it. So, left-hand side. I mean, well, technically right here, I'm gonna say, so that's 100. So, right there in our bottom right, the one that we are targeting right here at this corner did get destroyed. So that's 100. And if we look left, wow, left went way, way, way down. That's only at 27%. And at 350 meters, it was at 99.9% damage, this left-hand block. It went from 28, 54, 72, 74, 80, 93, 99.9 down to 27. This top left, we did 31. Wait, did I count that correctly? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it is. And then top side, ooh, for some reason, is at 98. Okay, so top side is still getting a lot. Top right, or right top, right? This is right top. Yeah, this is right top. Right top got 92. Right bottom got 99.9. Look at that. Go down a little bit further. No, I need to go up. Top right got 32. I need to draw these lines on my little notepad here. And then bottom right. Bottom right got 48. At some point, I might just even have to just stop counting some of these. I tell you what. Bottom got 12. No, wait, no, that's bottom left. This bottom got 51. 51. And bottom left got 12. Top side. Top is 32, and then top left ended up getting 25. Interesting. And then over here, we got top left, got 8. And then left top, 31. Go down a little bit further, left bottom got 27, and then bottom left got 12. And I swear to God, if this starts going even further out, I'm actually just going to stop making a graph for all that. Because that's just going to be excessive. Okay. Wow, the buttons still don't work. I know it's early access, but I figured that would be included when we had mechanical blocks. You know, that's what I thought too. Like, I am a little bit surprised to see that the buttons don't work. Like, I wouldn't think they would actually take that much work or effort into... I mean, obviously, I don't fucking know anything. It sounds like I'm being an asshole about it, which I kind of am. But, like, I don't know anything about game development. I would just think that that would be a lot simpler than adding automated Gatling turrets that follow your enemy around and shoot bullets in tracing of like, kinetic motion. You know? I just figure that adding a button that works would probably work, you know, sooner before anything else. So, I mean, I don't know. Well, I do believe I'm going to go update my SE2 game, check out what's new. Thanks much for the stream, and have a great night, man. Thank you, thank you. You have a great night as well. And to think that we are only at 400. We are only halfway. We are only halfway through this. Oh boy, it is taking a hot minute. Tell you what. It's taking a hot minute to get through all this. And this one should be blue. There we go. I think I may have gotten my things mixed up. I think I did. Maybe? I don't know. Whatever. I may have screwed up on exactly where I was looking with that one. That's fine though. Let's go to 450. Go to 450. Still experimenting. Still more to go. Not quite done yet. But now that we have a rhythm to this, it's really not taking that long. It's just that it took us a while to actually get a good rhythm to all this, you know? And I'm gonna start getting to a point where, honestly, because the thing is keeping count of all the area damage isn't even really all that much. It's just gonna be good data to kind of look at in general and mention. This is 450, yeah? 450 and some change, but good enough. Good enough. And I'm placing them all exactly the same way each time too, because I believe it does change depending on where the bolts are coming out of, depending on the orientation of the Gatling, I suppose, depending on how it's rotated on the block. Oh boy, it's hard work. This is what we got to go through to make it all, to get you guys the content. All right. Start counting. We got up to 19 before. We might be hitting 20s now. Might be hitting 20s. Let's keep on going. And reload. Make sure we're all reloaded. And start firing. Actually, can I bring it in a little bit? Can I bring it in a little bit? Let's say like there. Okay, bring it in a little bit to there. We'll go repair this real quick. Repair this real quick. Get that going. Get that all back to looking good. Fantastic. Alright, not missing nothing. Alright. We got a better angle for it now. So we can actually kind of maybe hear the bullets coming in. Oh god. Ah, work with me here. Camera. No. Oh, well, that's a little bit better, eh? That's a little bit better, eh? Bring it in, bring it in. Oh, it is not cooperating. It is not cooperating. Right about there-ish. Alright. Am I reloaded? Yeah, we are. Okay. Ready, and fire. Thought I would maybe able to get more sound out of it. But because I think it's firing from so far away, I'm actually getting one magazine. I'm actually getting, like, less sound out of it the further away the Gatling is. It almost seems like. Or maybe it's just something two magazines, or maybe it's just something to do weird with how, I don't know if it's because of how far the Gatling away is, or maybe it's just because of my camera. Of like how it's operating, like where it's trying to like free on how it's trying to like position myself in close quarters to the contact. But it does seem quieter than last time. It does seem a lot quieter than before. And it's, I almost can't believe in how many magazines this actually takes. Like, this is a lot. And 5. And we're only at 400. I mean, we're at 450 now. But 400 meters, it was already taking 19 to destroy a single block. 6. Like, that's a lot. You know, even 4 full magazines at 50 meters still seems like quite a bit. 7. Still seems like quite a bit. I almost feel like they do need to up the damage on these a little bit. Which means I'm gonna have to... 8. Which means I'm definitely gonna have to probably rebuild this again in the future. I probably should have blueprinted it. I'm gonna have to blueprint like some experiments and like easy platforms so that way I can kind of make sure that 9. So I can make sure that I have an easy test platform to just consistently do a lot of these experiments on. Because then I also need to do like heavy blocks 10. And I don't even get started on heavy blocks. Like, my god. Oh my god, that's gonna take hours. That's gonna take fucking forever. I'm not gonna do that tonight. 11. I'm definitely not gonna be doing that tonight. But like, I also still gotta then try this with heavy blocks. Like, shit. I mean, how many magazines is it gonna take to go through a single heavy block? You know, I mean, 12. Yeah, around 12. Like, I mean, that in of itself is already gonna be ridiculous. 13. I mean, who knows? I mean, it's basically gonna be like, that way it can kind of experiment. Like, look, if you are doing this against heavy blocks from a distance, you are, like, it'd almost be like kind of, 14. If I do heavy blocks, I'm just gonna do every 100 meters type of thing, because it's already gonna get ridiculous with how many it's taking to get through a single block. 15. It's already taking a ridiculous amount of time to get through a single light armor block. You know, 15 magazines now. I mean, yeah, sure, this is, you know, 16. Yeah, sure, this is 1 Gatling. Right, I mean, you might have 2 Gatlings, or, you know, several, but still, it's a lot. 17. Because you're basically doing, like, no damage whatsoever. So, like, if you had a bunch of small fighters with, like, 1 Gatling on it, 18. Then you would essentially be doing absolutely nothing to enemies, unless you're just trying to hit their, like, very specific components. But these only have 10 steel plates. 19. These only have 10 steel plates inside them. Or no, 30. They only have 30. A lot of other blocks have more than that. So the Gatling essentially does like no damage whatsoever. 20. But now we're up to 20 magazines at 450 meters away. Right? I mean, 21. We're up to 21. And it definitely is an aspect of damage as well. We can tell that there is damage drop-off. 22. It should be any moment now. 22. 22. Are we really going to be 23? God. This thing is absolutely useless past like 400 meters. Because now we're already up to we're about to hit 24. 24 magazines. God damn. 25? Do I see a 25? 25 magazines. This right there. 25 magazines. 25 and about 110 bullets. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Okay. So let's jump on out. Get this out of our hand. And go on and turn off the UI. And And that is a big, big spread. And it's really starting to show itself out. And didn't even break the main block that we were firing at. It broke an entirely different block. Because up here, literally, so that's not the top. So, bottom right is 99. Top is 100. Top left, 97. Left is 92. Yeah, now it's trying to get over to this ridiculous region. Because this is technically, this is right bottom, so this got to not 68. Right top got to 65. Top right is 28. Bottom right 45. And then we have bottom, which is going to be 62. Surprisingly more over here. This is 69. Nice. And then we're gonna need top, which is here, 49. Top left, 45. Then on to the next page of top left, we got not 25, 24. Left top. Left top got to 48. Left bottom got to 46. And bottom left got to 32. I might be writing some of those numbers down wrong, but we're not. Are we spreading out to these even wider blocks? No, not yet. So maybe the spread has hit its maximum. Hopefully the spread has hit its maximum. Alright. Then we got 500 after this. And then we're gonna have 500 meters after this. Make sure this is all repaired. Using the new area welder. Doing 2x2 large blocks. Hell yeah, brother. Love it. And it always does on the same plane, which is why these ones are not getting done. Because there are blocks behind it that are not on the same plane that don't need repair, and get all that done. This is my yellow one. Put that one back, and then all this stuff needs to be repaired too. Oh, I saw something. Okay. You should all be repaired up. Good. Alright, that's all ready. Let's go do 500 meters. Whoa. It's really gonna suck if I ever check the update notes, the change logs, and I find that they up the damage on these Gatlings. We'd have to do this experiment all over again. We'd have to do it all over again. I'm gonna have to save this world. We're almost there. We're past halfway. We're getting up to 500. It's just that it's taking longer and longer and longer. With even more and more magazines. We're already up to fucking 25 magazines just to destroy a single block. I mean, from what I can tell, like I was saying before, optimal is 100 meters and under for only 5 magazines and 4 magazines at 50, or at 5 at 4 at 50, 5 at 100, jumped up by 2 to go to 150. Stayed about the same for 200, 250. And then from 250 to 300, it jumped up 3 magazines. So 250 is good medium range. Now we're starting to get into like the medium long range, but it's going up exponentially. 300, 11, 350, 15, 400, 19, 450, 25, 4, 4, 6. We went up by 4 magazines, then 6 magazines every 50 meters that we are doing this. Which means, is it going to go up by 6 or 7 magazines, and we're going to be reaching up towards like 30 to 31 to 32 fucking magazines at 500? We're going to have to count. Only one way to find out. Only one way to find out. And that spread is getting wide. Getting real wide. Also, I appreciate everybody who's been watching along the way. We've had 3 concurrent viewers for a while. We just had 5 earlier. We had up towards turn like 19. We have 237 views so far in the stream. 1. I appreciate everybody who stopped on by, watching this big experiment along with this, and seeing how crazy it really gets. Just experiment to see how much damage it does, how many magazines it takes, what is the optimal range. 2. What is the optimal range of the Gatling gun in general towards even just light armor blocks. I'm going to be releasing more content like different experiments and ideas and how much damage you can really... 3. On how all these different weapons work, how the different components work, how do the rotors work, how do the pistons work, what are their limits, how much more can we experiment with a lot of these new mechanics that are being added to the game. That's what 4. Those are the questions that I'm going to be answering, not always on stream. A lot of this is probably going to be off camera and stuff like that, but because the update did just come out, we are live streaming at 5. We are live streaming this footage, our very first experiment right off the bat for everyone to witness, to see exactly how things work in the 6 and how things actually work behind the scenes. So yeah, we're just moving along and counting how many magazines it's going to take. We're at 6 now, and last time's up towards 25, 7. And there's only really so many things you can actually talk about, so the commentary does get a little bit stale, not gonna lie, especially as this goes on a little bit further. 8. It keeps on, you know, there's only so many things you can talk about while sitting here doing kind of nothing. Yeah, except holding down the button. 9. But you know what? That is the behind the scenes of just what it takes to do a lot of this shit, right? That's just what it takes. It's what it takes to get 10, to get you your answers, and for it all to be compiled into a nice little quick 10-minute video for you all. You know, it is 11. We have now been streaming for about 5 hours for basically what is going to be essentially like a 10-minute video in the end, you know? 12. All for your pleasure. Though, if you like my pain, if you like what you're seeing here, please subscribe, share the videos around, all that fun stuff. I greatly appreciate every bit of 13, because this is the torture that I go through to make this work. Yeah, it's easy stuff, but damn. You're kind of locked in for a while, huh? You know, like at 14, you're kind of locked in doing just this. I could be doing anything else. I could be doing anything else with my life right now, but yet here I am, doing this for you. For the community. 15. Doing this for the community. And that's what really matters. And we still got a lot more to go. A lot more to go. A lot more to go. 16. A lot more to go. A lot more to go. 16. 16. 16. Woo. Woo. Come on. Sweet 16. Let's get on to 17. 17. Good. Pump it up. 17 magazines. 17 magazines. Do I hear 18? Yes, I do, because last time it took us 25. We have done 18 magazines. We are currently on 19, but we don't count it until the magazine is done. 19. Now we're on 20, but we've gone through 19. We're at 20. Is it gonna plateau off eventually? Who knows? Who knows? That is now lucky number 20. On now 21. Come on down. You are now old enough to buy booze. Now that we're up, but you're moving in through 21. You're not 21 yet because now we're 21. Really trying to keep the commentary going. Hope you guys are enjoying. Otherwise, you're just here. 22 for the science. For the science. At this point, I feel like I should put on music or something. 23. But at that point, it's gonna ruin the footage. So you can't really put on music because it'll get in the way of the footage of all the stuff in the background. 24. Because if it ruins the footage, you won't be able to hear the blang, 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 blang noises. But I suppose we could also just take out the game noise regardless in the end, and I'll probably just edit over some 25. Here's lucky 25. This is where we broke last time at 450 meters. Will it break at 500? No, it looks like we're moving our way into 26. God damn. At this point, I probably should just put on some music. Right? I'll think about that here in a second. I'll think about 27. I'll think about that here in a second. I'll have to find a way to do that. Because I can make it work for you guys. Can't always make it work for me. I mean, I can, but 28. But then it's really going to screw over the recording audio. So I'm gonna have to think about that here in a second. Just trying to think more on counting more than anything. 29. So if the pattern continues, we should be sitting around 31. We should be sitting around 31 before we see anything break. That's 30. I mean, here's 30. Yes, I'm counting how many magazines we've gone through and writing down all the stats. That was 30 magazines and 220 bullets from 500 meters. On top of that, now we need to go record the damage. First off, get a good look at it. Get a good look at our rainbow platform. Not for any particular reason besides the fact that we can tell the difference between all the fucking blocks, rather than have it be gray. Alright, now let's go record the damage. So the main block that we were aiming at, right here in this corner, the red block, did get destroyed. 100 damage. The one off to the left of it, left got 97. Top left got 99. Very slowly, progressively rising up. 93 for top. Not bad, not bad. So doing a lot of damage there in the very centerpiece, but then we got right top, we got 87. Right bottom, we got 93. And then it goes to top right, we got 57. That is a big jump. That went up by about 28%. Now we need bottom right. Bottom right is not 70, 65. Then we need bottom. Bottom will be this piece. Bottom, we got 81. Bottom left, we got 80, about the same. They do stay pretty consistent in terms of damage with one another. Next we need top. Top will be here. We got not 60, we got 59. Top left, we got not 70, 68. Moving on over to top left spread, we got a full 40. Moving on down, left top, we got not 70, 67. We got then there in left bottom, not 70, 65. Moving on down, not 50, but 51. And has it spread even further out to these edges? No, nothing quite yet. If anything, it's going to spread down to these bottom quadrants, if anything. But nothing quite yet. Which is good for me, because I don't want to have to make another fucking graph. I don't want to have to make another graph and somehow still name things for these pieces of shit. I'll be honest, I'm not super impressed by the Gatling guns and turrets so far. Yeah, well, I mean, we're at 500 meters, and it is taking 30 magazines, nearly 31. Because you may have missed it, I'm going to go through it super quick. 50 meters, 4 magazines. 100 meters, 5 magazines. 150 jumped up to 7, so 100 meters is optimal, about 100 to about 125. Then from 150, 200, and 250, they are about the same, 7, 7, and 8. But from 250 up to 300, it jumped by 3. So 250 is the optimal medium range. And then ever since 300 meters, we've been going up by about 4 to 5 to 6 magazines every single time. This time we rose up by 5 magazines. Last time at 450, between 400, we rose up by 6. So now we're going to have to see what 550 does. So let's repair. Let's repair. Really hope that, I mean, as much as we are not, I mean, this is only a single Gatling, though. This is a single fixed Gatling gun. You know, I mean, most fighters have 2. Sometimes you have a group of, like, 4 of them stacked together in a little quadrant together, right? So, I mean, you could realistically say that you could reduce a lot of these numbers by half, or not by half, yeah, I mean by half per Gatling that you have. But that in of itself could also be an experiment, right? Like if I have 1 Gatling, like maybe when we're done here tonight, maybe when we're done doing all the single magazine stuff, because right now what we're targeting is no, I need that to be red. Because what we're targeting is right here. So if we get up to a point, let's say we get up to 8, if we get up to the 800, if we get up to the 800 meter thing, if we get up to the maximum range, and it takes us like fucking 50 magazines or some bullshit like that, right? I think it's gonna plateau off eventually. I think it's gonna plateau off. I don't know when, but I'm maybe around like the 600 area it might plateau off before we destroy a single block is when we stop, right? So, but if we go to like 800 and we're at like 40 or 50 fucking magazines, I will then just take three more Gatlings, or maybe I'll just experiment. Or I'll do that little bit experiment. I'll add like 1 more Gatling to aim here at this green corner, and then if that halves it, I'll add 1 more here at this yellow corner, and if that halves it again, I'll add 1 more, and I'll have 4. Meaning that if we have 4, it should reduce our overall number by 4. If I'm doing that math correctly, right? It's not necessarily by half. It's probably more like half, and then maybe by like 1/3, and then it'd probably be like by 1/4, right? It would probably do it by like 25%, so almost kind of something like that. But that's all repaired now. And we've also found out that there is no penetration, even though that the animation likes to show that there's penetration. There is no penetration for the bullets. So let's go move out to 550. Here we are. Hello there. Good boy. Good man. Good job. Hurrah. You did a grand job. Now, out to the 550s. Yarr. Now I'm a pirate. I'm getting tired. I'm not gonna start going through all my voices again. I should just be a voice actor. I've got like fucking like 30 different voices. Alright, 550. 550. I don't even damage to it, right? No. Got it. Alright. Reloading. Well, time to count again. Time to count again. Hit that U button. U! It is. It's getting quieter and quieter. I swear it's getting quieter and quieter the further that the Gatling is away. Like, it seems like it doesn't seem to matter actually where the... One, it doesn't really seem to matter where the impact is. It more seems like it's, like, mattering on where it's being fired from. 2, it could just be because, like, we're in the cockpit mode that is being a little bit weird with that. Because we are still technically part of this that's, like, firing it at something else. This is a separate grid at this point, I believe. 3. I don't know if it counts as a separate grid. We did disconnect it. We did disconnect it from our main grid when we expanded it out. So it should technically count as 4. It should technically count as a different grid. The only reason I hesitate on that is because I deleted parts of another grid before when I was trying to align the sun with this. I was trying to to orientate the platform. 5. to orientate the sun, so we wouldn't really have too many shadows. Run 5, run 5, run 5, run 5, and 6. But when I was trying to place a new grid to orientate it at first, it made me make a new grid when placing down a new grid. Like, it counted it, it was still counted as 7. It still counted it as being, like, part of the same grid. In a way. So I don't know if they reconnect that way, or because these were originally off of the same grid, that they now count as separate ones now they've been separated. 8. Or if what? I don't know. That's something I don't know. I'll probably have to look at that at some other point in the future 9. But I could also see that being updated and changed, and just like the backlogs of like how the game operates and in its utilities and engine and stuff like that. That could be something that's not really all that important to necessarily really test out all that much. But I don't know, it might be good for like control panel type shit. So up to going to 11. We're almost there. We're at, you know, we're at 550. We're getting there. We're getting there. 12. I imagine this is probably still going to take a couple more hours. Probably. I think. 13. Probably going to take a couple more hours. You know, I don't think it's really going to matter that much if we are perhaps up 14. Perhaps off by like 1 magazine if we accidentally count wrong because of how ridiculous these numbers are starting to get. And obviously things are never actually that stationary. 15. So the idea of hitting just a single block stationary the entire time isn't always viable in terms of an experiment, but at the same time it can be. It's 16. Because, like, you know, what if you found somebody's base or something away from a distance that you wanted to fire at, and you just wanted to know how many bullets you're going to need from how far away, you know? Like, 17. Because, like, if you're trying to be safe, like, let's say if you know, like, the enemy turret for some reason at, like, 400 meters or some shit like that, then if you want to sit at, like, 450, then you know how many bullets it's going to take to fucking destroy some of this crap. 16, 17, 18. I'm putting my fingers up. This is why I need to put my fingers up, so I don't lose count, because 19. Because even though I put it up, I still have to sit there and think for a second about what are you on again? So we're on 19. We're getting up there, so we should be getting past 30 before we see 20. Before we start seeing anything break again. So we still got 10 more magazines to go, probably a little bit more. Let's see here. And 21. Because also maybe there's a space station, you know, that, you know, is dangerous, and like some of the you know, maybe like enemy characters. Maybe the enemy character 22. Like if you're playing PvP and there's enemy characters and you know that you can outrange their weapons, like maybe they don't have any Gatling turrets or turrets in general, then wait for 23. Then you know that you can outrange their handheld rocket launchers and assault rifles. You can know how far you need to actually stay away to start firing these guys and just consistently do damage to blocks around where you want to, right? Put up a finger for that one. That should be 24. So we're on magazine 25 right now, but it's still good knowledge to have. And then 25. But I wonder how. I don't know what the range is on the assault rifles or anything like that just yet. 26. I mean, we don't know the range on the assault rifles or the rocket launcher just yet. I mean, obviously we can do research on that and see what it is, but I imagine it might also be 800 meters again. 27. 27. So we should be getting there. We're getting close. Getting close to the end. 27, 20, 28, 28. I think it's going to start plateauing off around like 30 to 35. Is my opinion. That's what I'm going to say. 29. Because it's just become so ridiculous at how many bullets it's taking that it's just kind of like the amount that are landing, you know, vicariously in the middle. 30 has got to be enough at some point that it's just going to plateau. But we have yet to find that. But we're at 30 now. And this is where we were at last time. 31. Now we're past where we were last time. We might be hitting 35 range, because right now we are at 32. We're getting there. We're getting there. And 33. And that spread is ridiculous too. I mean, I guess it's not terrible. 34. 34 magazines. And about 30. So 34 and about, we'll just say, and 30 bullets. Because, you know, I do hold it down for half a second before I realize it's broken. So we always round down. Okay. Got it. Take a look at that damage. It's being about the same. But eventually I wonder if it'll be so far back it's gonna start hitting those even that outer perimeter as well. Alright. And oh, it actually didn't even destroy the block that we were looking at, that we were aiming at. We're aiming at this block here. And this one, the main block that we are firing at, right? Yeah, that's the main block that we are firing at. From 550 meters, our main block that we were aiming at only got to 91. Interesting. Interesting. Top left got to 89. Top got to 83. And left got to also 80. No, that's not. No, that's, yeah, 87. 87. And then let's see here, right top. So that's that. So right top is 92. And then this is the one that actually got destroyed. Right bottom got destroyed at 100. And we go up to top right. That got to 77. And then we need to go down to bottom right. That got to 83. Really put my brain for really get my brain back into the mathematical mind. I tell you what, I didn't think I'd be doing this today, and yet here we are. 84. Alright, and then we need bottom left. Is this the same? Yeah, 84. Consistently about the same on the bottom. Consistently better spread on the bottom evenly. Top side is going to be this. We got to 66. It's slowly increasing on the top side, and top left is 77. Slowly also increasing on this top left by about 15% per. So now if we look at this top left, we got to 58. This is also going up slightly. That went up by 18%. This one we're looking at 76. This one went up by 9%. This one is going to be 74, which went up by 9%. And then bottom left is 71, which went up by 20%. And then anything on these outward edges. Please, for the love of God, no. Please don't. It's starting to hit even these outward edges. I'm not going to make a graph for those. I'm not making a fucking graph for those. All you got to see is that we are starting to do damage even outside this spread. Which means that at 550 meters, you are getting a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. You're getting like a 3 by 3 by 2 by 2 kind of like damage range, which means that I imagine around 600 meters we might just be hitting the full 3 by 3 spread. Is what we're going to be looking at. Is when we're actually going to start. When did we actually move into? We actually started getting outward of the first 4 blocks of where we were aiming. We got out of that at 300. We started hitting outward blocks at 300, and now we're hitting even the most perimeter at 550. So that's a 250 meter increase of which the spread has now become even wider. Got it. Okay. Okay. We're almost there. 600. Just 4 more to go. 600, 650, 700, 750, 800. 5 more to go. 5 more to go. We're almost there. We're almost there. And then we can experiment a little bit with how many it's going to take to delete it even faster if we add on some more Gatling guns. Right, so that'll be our final experiment when we get to that point after 800 meters. But oh boy, is it taking a while with how many magazines it is. Because that went up by 4 magazines. And it takes about, like, a few minutes to do. Which I guess arguably isn't too terrible, but, you know. It is what it is. It is what it is. Got you all repaired up. Good boy. And this one was blue? God, I hope it was blue. It looks like a blue would be there. Either that or a white. I don't know. Why is there one black spot here? Why is there one black spot here? I don't remember having a black spot. Did I? Am I losing my mind? I think a blue needs to go there. Yeah. I don't know. Lose my mind of the shit. I didn't change the distance yet. All right, let's go to 600. And again, thank you to everybody who's been watching this entire time. Appreciate every last bit of you. I know it's not like the best stream concept, but this is just what we do. This is just what we do to get you your content. These are all important answers. And this one is going to be 600. Right from the nozzle, basically exact. Basically exact. You gotta have fun where you can. Alright, reload it. And let's start firing. Do I have just like a counter on my phone that I could just like, you know, fucking... Oh, hey, somebody joined the Discord. Let me go on over and give some people, Kaya! Thank you for stopping on by. Thank you for joining the Discord. Let me make sure. Mutual subscriber. Beautiful. Take a look at the profile. Yeah, I made a couple years ago. Good, which means that you're probably not a bot. That's good to know. Good to know. Alright, let's start firing. Did I use any bullets there? No, okay. Alright, let's start going. Yeah, see, now I can, oh god, you barely hear it. You can just barely hear it. 1. I forgot about music. Damn it. Oh well, we'll do that next time. We'll do that next time. Go on, because problem 2. The problem is that in order to get music on, I mean, I can do it through you guys. It's just that I won't be able to hear it. I won't be able to hear it. 3. I won't be able to hear it. Is the thing. Which sucks. You know, it is what it is, though. Unless I just want to... 4. Unless I just want to listen to my own stream and have myself double talk. But I already talk enough that it's going to be kind of hard to do. Going to 5. And honestly, at this point, I'm not even sitting in my chair. I'm literally laying across my chair. I have my legs kicking out to the back and my chest on the back side of the chair, just kind of like facing the screen. 6. I'm basically laying down on the chair at this point. We're on 6. Get up to 7. Right? I didn't lose track of that, did I? I hope I didn't. Whatever, even if I did. Even if I did. 7, 8. Pretty sure we're on track. This is why I have to keep my fingers, because if I let go of my fingers, I lose track. 9. I feel like maybe I skipped a 5. But honestly, at this point, it won't really matter that much with how many magazines we're looking at. 10. Because at this point, we probably still have like 30 more magazines to go through. Even just for 600 meters. 11. Just trying to get that count. Yeah, especially now that the sound is so quiet, I'm gonna have to put some music on. And that way, at least, and 12. At least that way, I don't necessarily have to talk. We can at least still just have things going on, so we can just listen to things and watch the experiment take place, right? Instead of having to fucking commentate the entire time. 13. They've been going for about 5 hours. 5 hours and 18 minutes strong now. And still managing to, don't lose count, 14. And still somehow managing to find words to say. Tis the curse of either the tism or the ADHD. One of them. I mean, maybe it's a blessing in terms of YouTube. 15. But not always. Not always. Sometimes people don't always like it when you talk the entire time. But, you know, it is what it is. Really just kind of depends on what you're playing, right? 16. Really just kind of depends on what you're playing. Like for like some story games sometimes, like whenever I'm playing a story game, I like to talk a lot less and just like the environment kind of do its own storytelling, right? And let its commentate with 17. To let the game kind of tell the commentary in itself, so I can just kind of let the whole environment do its whole thing. But some games like, you know, roguelites and stuff like that, 18. Roguelites and other kind of stuff like Battlestar Galactica, that video that popped off, and these other ones like Boneworks and Megabonk and stuff like that. You really do just kind of have to commentate the entire time. 19. Because, you know, that's kind of the whole point. That's kind of the whole point of like Let's Plays, right? Even though Let's Plays have basically died off. Nearly completely. It's kind of why I haven't seen a whole lot of, 20. It's kind of why I haven't seen a whole lot of channel growth, just primarily because the whole concept of Let's Plays is a very, very saturated market. 21. It's a very, very saturated market, to the point that it's high competition. You can't really, even if you are doing everything right for the algorithm, 22. Even if you are doing everything right for the algorithm and like CEO and optimization and all that background stuff, you can't always guarantee that you're going to be able to get actually any views. 23. I mean, shit, look at the Battlestar video. That thing itself is popping off, and I did no fucking optimization for that. And yet the video before that, I did full optimization, and it fucking flopped. 24. So just the YouTube AI going crazy, I tell you what. 24, 25. We still got about 10 to 15 more magazines to work through here. And then we'll get up to 26. Moving on up in the world. One bullet at a time. I kind of have to keep my eyes on it though, too, is the thing. I can't really, 27. I can't really necessarily do anything too much in the background, like look at memes or like try to look away. One, because I have to know when it reloads. And 28. And also just in case there's an outlier. Like if something like weird happens, like one of these other blocks get destroyed way too soon, or maybe 29. Maybe at a certain range, the spread for some reason hits a certain area a lot sooner as compared to like the previous ranges, right? Because, you know, I mean, we already saw 30. We already saw that top right, or that right bottom piece, that blue piece there on the right, got destroyed before anything else. This should be 30, right? 30? No, this should be 31. Shit. No, that was 30. Now this is 31. 31. I remember saying 29. I don't remember saying 30. Come on. 30, 32. We destroyed one last time on 34. Let's see if it plateaus off there. Because I'm about to say 33. It's gotta plateau off here, right? got to, with the amount of damage that's being spread around. 34. This is number 34. If it doesn't plateau off and it keeps on going in the pattern of everything else, then we won't be ending until 39 or 40. 35. Because this is already an entire magazine more. It's 300 bullets more. 35. 36. Oh boy. Might be getting around 40 then. 37. We might be getting up towards the 39-40 range. If it stays with this pattern. 38. Come on, baby, prove me wrong. No, 39. It ought to be blown up right about now. If not this one, then definitely the next magazine. 40. We're at 40. Oh god, now this is just starting to get useless. 41. 41 magazines. 41. That rose by 7. And 200. And you know what? You know what? I think I'm gonna stop keeping track of the area damage. It just doesn't even matter anymore at this point. It just doesn't even matter anymore at this point. We do still want to go look at it though. The primary target. Maybe look at the very. I'll get the stats of the very front ones. So the one that we were aiming at, 92. Top left, we got 96. Top 98. And then the left side, we got 91. And then downwards near this area, we saw that a lot of these were getting broken. A lot of these are starting to take damage around the entire area. Now they are starting to become like the more... It's almost starting to do more damage on the outside perimeter than it is in the center. As evidence of this block being destroyed. As per evidence of this block being destroyed. It is now doing more damage on the outward perimeter than it is in the center. At 600 meters. You're hitting more around your target than you are at your target. Okay, and I'm gonna make a little mark there too. I'm gonna spell out around on 600 to signify the fact that yeah, now it's coming to the point that we do more damage to the perimeter rather than the center. Got it. The numbers don't really matter so much now on the terms of amount of damage, just the fact that it is happening. And also because this is becoming ridiculously fucking long. And I don't want to be doing this all night. I don't want to be doing this all night. Which I essentially already am. It's already 10:40. Alright. Get all this, get all this. Get you all repaired up. I mean, you know, it is a considerable amount of damage, though, is the thing. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of fucking bullets firing at a single stationary target. But it is amounting to quite a bit, you know, in terms if you were to just lay into somebody, especially having a whole bunch of them firing off at the same time. It can really amount to a whole lot, especially if you don't have, like, the building repairs, and you don't know where you're taking the damage from, you know? We almost have to go back to the early days of Space Engineers 1, where we had to, like, put welders on the inside of the ship and mark all those up to keep our ship consistently repaired during battle. Let's say this one is white. I think it was white, yeah. There we go. Okay. That's a little bit simpler. Let's go to 650. We can't quit now. Although I might take a Jesus. I might take a short break. Let's see here. Put this down. Just imagine overthrow all this footage anyway. We're probably just going to put music over it at some point. Probably just end up putting music over it at some point regardless. A little bit concerned. Let's make sure that these bullets aren't hitting. They are starting to hit the edge. I gotta draw this back even further. Looks like it did very, very minimum damage. Must have just been off of that last one. That it is actually starting to literally spread all the way out here. So let's drop this back. Draw this back even further. Come up to here. And then our batteries. We can just do some right here. Call that good. And then now I can just get rid of all this. Maybe? Yeah. All the way to there. Drag it on over. Perfect. And then we'll go ahead and get rid of this. Drag that plane down. Maybe not. Alright. Our wall's repaired. And did we put this one out to 650 yet? I don't think we did. I don't think we went out to 650 just yet. And now we have 0 concurrent viewers. It's finally gotten to that point, huh? That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. It's gonna be here for those who are autistic enough to see how the end result happens. Or, you know, I guess people could also just click to the end of the video, to the end of the stream, and find out what my final results are. Which is also a big possibility. But now we are at 700? No, shit, did I not write? No, we did have 650, damn it, okay. We didn't write down anything for... No, we were at 650, so I gotta build that back. Put it back down on the ground. This is 650, which means I need to come back to 652, actually. Make the block smaller. Like so. This is 652. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there we go. God, this is gonna literally just be such a short video. Like, this is gonna be like a 6-7 hour stream for what is gonna be essentially like a fucking even 8-minute video. Because I'm just gonna have to give my results. Just gonna have to give my results in the end. But let's take a look at music. Let's actually get out real quick because I don't want to accidentally fire. I don't want to have to accidentally fire. Let's take a look at music. We can keep the game going, but we'll turn on, what do I got? Hard Space Shipbreaker. Yeah, but I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get some more water. I'm gonna go take a few more snacks, and I'll be right back with you guys. And we will continue the rest of this experiment. Don't worry, we're not done yet. All right. So, let's see here. What kind of music should we put on? No, Age of Mythology is fucking copyrighted. Let's see here. Rain. I don't know if that one gets copyrighted. Ixion, short music plays for start and B&B, stream One Step from Eden, full EST soundtrack. How long is this though? 2 hours. I don't want to accidentally. This might accidentally blast people's fucking eardrums out though. Let's try. But how do I get to hear the music? Right, that's the thing. How do I get to hear the music? I want to hear the music too. I want to hear the music too. Actually, I should be able to do that. If I go over to my music, where did this music come from? I'm gonna go ahead and copy paste that file path. Bring it on over. I'm gonna say I want to do the One Step from Eden. Get something that's gonna be a little bit upbeat. You know, a little bit upbeat and fast and good music. Let's see here. Our Space American. No, One Step from Eden. If I put this on. If I put this on, why are you so large? Why are you so large and also in charge? God damn. Alright, so if I do that, and then if I add, let's see here, can I do music source? If I do audio source, though. Audio output capture, application audio capture, yeah. Music from VLC. There we go. Do that. Window. I'm going to say, where is it? One Step from Eden. Okay. And then I need to make sure that the advanced audio properties, that actually goes to 1, but does not go to 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 tracks. Right, because yeah, my game is on 2, my mic is on 3, and everything else is on 1. So then I'll go ahead and add a filter to that to not blow out your guys' eardrums. Put a limiter on it. I want to say, I don't know, minus 32. Minus 32. That'll be good enough. Good enough. Minimize that. And then let's take out the in-game music. Turn that down. And we can turn that down a little bit too. Turn down the master. And we'll even turn down the game music just a little bit. Just a little bit so we don't accidentally have these two overlapping each other. Turn that down by a few more percentile. Cool, because while we're sitting there counting, there's really not a whole lot going on in terms of sound. And play. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we got some music going on in the background. And something a little bit upbeat as well, right? Cool. Everything's repaired. Let's start counting, shall we? Probably gonna get copyrighted for this. Fuck it. Whatever. Half my live streams get copyrighted anyway. Firing. And this is 650. 650 meters. Shit. 1. Yeah, I still need to be counting. 2. We're almost there. We're almost there. 3. I'm gonna turn on a timer. See how long this takes. 4. Hope I didn't accidentally miss one in between there, but even if we do miss by 1, it's not gonna be that much of a problem. So we're at 4. 5. 6. How long does it take to go through each one? Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. And 7. It takes about 10 seconds. It takes about 10 to 11 seconds. So now if we go to 8. 8. It takes 11 seconds. Surprisingly enough, it takes 11 seconds to go through this. To go through each one. So 9. So if we still have like 35 more to go, let's go to 10. So 10 will be easy to remember. Okay, so 10. So that way next one will be 11. Which means if we still have like 30 to 35 more to go through at 11 seconds each, it's probably gonna take like, I don't know, 5 minutes or some shit like that. 11? I'm not gonna try to do that math in my head right now. That's what I got a calculator for. That's what I got a calculator for. Where's my calculator? 12. 11 times 35 divided by 60. It's gonna take about like 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 12. I already said 12, 13. We're on 13. It's gonna take like 7 minutes just for this alone. That's how long it's taken each time. 14. Which means that near the end on 800 meters, it's probably gonna take us like fucking like 10 or 15 minutes, literally just to complete it. 15. I feel like I fucked up my count a little bit. But oh well. Oh well. 16. Love how from the start from the start of the stream, like, no, we need to do every 50 meters. We need to be extremely experimental about this. 17. We can't, you know, we can't sell it short or anything like that. We need to go all the way. And now here I am near the end of the stage. Like, I don't know, fuck it, good enough. 17. Oh no, 16, 17, 18. 18. So I got my fingers up. 19. And thank God for the infinite ammo as well. Jesus. The infinite ammo is a big help for this. Huge help. 20. So we still got 20 more to go. Probably more, 25. You know? 21. 21. We're getting there. At this point, just sit back and just listen to the fucking music. I don't got anything else left to say at this point. 22. This is just the scientists getting exhausted at this point. 23. This is just the scientists getting exhausted at this point. You know, instead of snacks, I want to go have a proper meal event. 24. Getting to 11 o'clock. Not too bad. It's kind of whatever, but still. 25? 25. We should be moving on to 26. He's moving on to the next song as well. Yeah! 26. Yeah! Yeah! Get it! Ow! Get it! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! 27. It'll be nice when I actually have my fully rigged avatar to put on stream again. 28. And again, the only reason I'm not using it is because I'm mostly recording all this. I just don't want anything on screen. Let's see if it'll plateau off around 40. 29. I hope it plateaus off around 40. Or else we're gonna be here a lot longer still. 30. So about 11 more to go. And 31. And if the theory holds true that it's now doing more damage to the outside perimeter rather than where it's actually aiming, then something on the perimeter should break first. 32. Something on the perimeter should break first rather than anything in those center 4 blocks. Is what should be happening. 33. It's because it does rotate in a circle, right? The Gatling, as it fires. But the further away it is, the larger that circle becomes. 34. The larger that circle becomes. So actually its spread does start to just kind of get further and further out, more concentrated towards the edges. 35. Towards the simple fact of how circles work when they rotate like that. 36. We should be sitting at around 41. 37. 37. I'll wait until 38 to talk more. 38. What was I even gonna say? I don't even fucking remember. My brain's getting fried right now. Oh, now I remember. 39. Everything's been going up by like 5 or 6. Everything's been going up by like 5 or 6 magazines. So if it follows that pattern, 40. If it follows that pattern, we should be ending at around 45 or 46. But here comes here comes 41, the same as 600 meters. 41. Wow. 42. Yeah. And it's getting even wider, too. 43. Like, I'm seeing some of those bullets hit near the edge, I'm a little bit concerned about it. I might have to make it even wider. 43. Did I already say 43? No, we should be on 44. Right? 45? Yeah. Oh well. 45. 46. Something should be dying right about now. It's either this one or the next one that should be dying. 47. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, 48. I feel like maybe I miscounted one. So I think I'll just do 48 again. 48. 48. And how many bullets? About 90. Okay. And theory holding true. The theory holding true, it did destroy something on the perimeter first before it destroyed anything that it was actually looking at. Getting even wider on its spread. To the fact that the thing that we were aiming at, of which I'm now only recording at this point because otherwise it's going to take too goddamn long. We did 88, and then to top left, we did 88. To top, we did 96. And to his left, we did 88. We got 3 88s. Even though it's aiming here, these 3 got the same amount of damage. And this stuff off to the right got destroyed before anything else. The fact that now even these outward edges are starting to get into the 30s and 20% of damage being taken. And stuff all the way at the top is getting down to like the 12 and 14s, and all the way here on this left-hand side, we're now hitting these perimeters and getting them down to like the 10s and 15s. Got it. So, let's add another layer of blocks. Let's add another layer of blocks. And I'm just going to do all these as black. As our final bit. Gonna have to be our final perimeter. Let's repair it up and do it again. This one looks like it must have been a blue. Everything's all deformed around it. Funny. There we go. Build it all back. And then we'll be moving on to 700. Almost done. Almost done. We are getting towards the end. Getting towards the end of this little experiment. And we will be finding our absolute conclusion of how many magazines does it take for a single Gatling gun to destroy a light armor block every 50 meters. Now the thing is, how am I going to title it? Honestly, you could just title it, how much damage does a Gatling do in Space Engineers 2? That'd be a probably simple search term. Don't need to make the title too long. Don't need to make the title too long. Don't need to overcomplicate things, right? Be good enough. I have to do a voiceover for all this knowledge. I have to write a script. Yeah, that'll be a good one. It'll be a good one. Why did that seem to go down a little bit? Okay, it's probably just not getting all of them. Cool, great. Let's go to 700 meters. Where's my... There it is. Keep on going. Keep on a-moving. 2 more. Alright, 700, 750, 800. 3 more. I don't need to fucking do that. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Get this down. There we go. Now put this Gatling on. And also time for a new song. About to swap on over. Wait, I need to make sure that this is at 700. That we're not off by like a couple meters yet. 700. Beautiful. Hightail it straight into the rainbow wall. Rainbow bridge. Ow. I still feel like I always need to check that doesn't do damage. Because I have a hard head. I have a thick skull. Alright. Reload it up. And honestly, the thing I'm going to actually do real quick, I'm actually going to stop recording. And we're going to start a new recording. And start a new recording. Just so that way we can guarantee that I can actually upload all this shit. I'm going to have to hand it off to my editor. It's going to be a big-ass file. Alright. So, reloaded. 700 meters. Let's start counting. Yeah, you can't even hear the bullets anymore. Yeah, that's why we got the music on. You can't even hear the game anymore. 1. Probably about 10 minutes for this one. 2. Yeah, 10 minutes of this. But I'm dedicated. I'm dedicated. I can't end the stream until we actually complete this experiment. Otherwise, what's the point? 3. Otherwise, what was the whole point of doing this whole thing live on stream if not finishing it? This is for my autists out there that have way too much time. 4. Shout out to all my neurodivergents who watched this all the way through. I'm probably gonna have to... 5. I'm honestly, I think I will probably cut down the stream. Like, when the stream is done, I think I'm going to edit out this entire first half. Alright, I'm just gonna do 6. I'm just gonna do the live stream studio audio thing on YouTube, and I'm just gonna cut out this entire first half of the stream, I think. 2. And then I will just rename this stream to the video title, but then I'll actually be coming out with a video about it specifically, of course, later on. 8. That's gonna matter the most. let's not forget 9. And funny enough, you know, earlier tonight in the stream, we did actually meet another content creator who's also been making SC2, 10, who's also been making SC2 content as well, and that he's been experimenting with stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, I felt like 12. I felt like there's definitely an air about it, of him being like, hey, 13, of him being like, hey, I'm already doing this. Don't do it. I'm already doing this. I kind of gotta get, I gave him the little bit of a, well, I'm gonna do it regardless, you know. 14. And so, you know, I literally said, I was like, well, you know, sounds good, but I want to keep on making this. This is what I'm gonna be doing. This is everything this is gonna be my content now. So, 15. So whether you like it or not, you got competition. I mean, obviously I'm a small channel, so I don't know. I didn't look at their channel. I didn't know how big it is. 16. I didn't look at how big it is, so I don't know. I imagine he probably has more subscribers. I mean, I'm not a very popular channel to begin with. I do all right. 17. And I almost got up to 12K. Almost at 12K. We're getting up there slowly. But 18. But this is kind of the rut that I'm trying to break out of as well, with content like this. That I will be answering these questions. That way we know exactly how much all these questions, 19, how these can be answered, and when people look these things up in Google, that they're gonna find my video. And they're gonna find my video. 20. I just need to answer more questions. I need to answer more ideas. 21. I just need to fulfill more Google searches. Ugh. My neck is getting tired. 22. We're almost halfway there. I am 23. I do have a timer on this time right from the start to see how long this actually takes with each of these, because it's getting exponentially longer and longer each time. 29. No, that's 24. That's 24. Not 29, 24. Because I haven't hit halfway yet. 25 is going to be halfway. 25. And I sit here and hold down this button as well. Just trying to find a new position comfortable in my chair. 26. Trying to find a new spot comfortable in my chair. I'm literally on my chair right now with my knees. Like laying on it again. New positions, new positions. 27. I like how the blackness is actually kind of like making a really good border for it. And the sun is starting to come around on it as well. 28. Because it's starting to get enough of an indent into it that it's actually starting to get shadows placed upon it. 29. The spread has started to become really ridiculous. Definitely not very accurate. At least you know. 30. At least you know from a large distance, you are going to be hitting some bullets on the enemy. Like if you're shooting at small fighters, you have a large area of denial then at least. 31. You have a large area of denial shooting from a range that some bullets should be landing. At least from that range because of the spread. 32. You're guaranteed to hit some of them. Right? You fire it up, you should hit some of them. 33. Last time it was up to 48. So we got a little bit to go. And 34, getting at 34 magazines. We've already been doing this for 6 minutes, a little over 6 minutes. $35, it's about 11 seconds per magazine. And 36. Oh boy. A little bit more. 37. So every 11 seconds, you get to hear me say a number. 38. Going strong. Just a little bit more. 10 more or more. 39. I'm glad I did the rainbow thing. It makes it look a lot easier to tell which blocks are being hit. 40. We're almost there. 40 now. About 10 more. About 10 more. 41. We'll see if it plateaus off at around 50. But this is going to be 42. And what it should be noted is that it's been raising by like 6, but it rose by 7 last time. It rose by 7, 43. It rose by 7 last time. So by that logic, it should be raising up to 44. It should be raising up to about 55 or 56 in this next round then, for this one. 45. 45. 46. 'Get it up. 47. Oh boy. Yeah, we're at 8.5 minutes now on just this. 48. We've had really strong connection tonight. That's been good. This is number 48. Same as last one. 49. Yeah. Got some good hype music going. 50. We are now into the 50 range. Woo! We're now getting into the 50 range. 51. God, we're so close to being done. We're so close. 52. 52. Haven't seen anything break yet. 53. It should be breaking around 55. Something should be breaking around 55. 54. I see a lot hitting that bottom right quadrant. 55. Should be right around here. God damn, 56. 56. Oh, Jesus, 57. 57. 57, guys. 57. Aren't you having fun? 58. 58. 58 magazines. Day 58. 59. 59. This has risen by 10. Are we still not done yet? We're still not done. 60. 60. I'm gonna say that took... Okay, it took 60 magazines and 10 bullets. Jesus Christ. That rose by 12. Last time it rose by 7, now it rose by 12. That means that 750 is gonna be like 75 or 80 fucking magazines. And 80 or 800 is gonna be like 90 magazines. Brother. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look. Yep. I'd say that very well has been damaging everything in the area, to the point that now the RNG has made the very top right the more outside perimeter break. This is now the secondary perimeter that is now breaking. It is doing more damage. That took about 11 minutes to do. It is now doing more damage to the third block out. To the third block out. To the second block out technically, rather than the thing that it's supposed to be aiming at. So if we take a look at this, just to write down specifically just these percentages. This one got to 98. That is a increase of 10%. Top left was 97. That is a increase of 9%. The top got to 93. And the left got to 93. Right, did I see that? See the rate? Yeah, 7%. Okay. Interesting. So that stayed about the same. But the top left and bottom right, the ones that we were aiming at, this piece that we're aiming at did go up by 10%, but I feel like at this point it's just all RNG. And everything around this area, 7%, and 9%. For some reason at 700 meters, majority of the shots fired towards this top right section, specifically to that quadrant. At 700 meters, it specifically most bullets went up to that top right quadrant. Interesting. Interesting. And taking a look around, it is still doing a bunch of damage, and these ones are still sitting mostly pretty. And sitting out along these other outer edges, they are still taking gradual damage. And even down below, they are now moving into the 30% ranges. But are we doing damage to anything on this even further outside black perimeter? No, we're not seeing anything on the black perimeter. So it's still within its kind of 3x3 territory of doing damage, right? So like it's aiming right there, so like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. It's basically becoming a 3x3 area entirely by like 700 to 650 meters. Got it. Okay. On to the next. Which one are you? I'm gonna say, why is it always the blue ones? Why is it always the blue ones? I wonder if it doesn't like blue for some odd reason. Change the size back to normal. There we go, and repair this all up. 2 more distances to go. 750 and 800. And that'll be interesting to see if we actually can hit it from a full 800. Because it'll technically be like 800 and some meters. It'll be like 800 point something. So I wonder if the bullets just stop. You know, I wonder if the bullets just stop entirely. They just don't do damage past 800 at all. Do they just despawn? Can it go past 800? Sure hope not. Certainly hope not. Get all this. On to the next song. They all sound pretty similar, not gonna lie. Although it is from a video game. It's Eden, so. Alright, do one last quick little scout through. Nothing really. Got it. Let's go to 750. Now let's go to 750. Make sure that they're always orientated the same way. Let's make sure that we're not hitting the edges anywhere. Right, I'm not hitting these edges, right? Ah. Look at this. A tiny, tiny bit. A tiny, tiny bit. Very tiny amount, so I gotta drop this back even further again. I draw this back even further again. And then this should be the last time we need to extend this. Last time we probably need to extend that. Let's put some more batteries on again. I don't know why I keep on doing it on the back side. I should have just done my line with the batteries. Delete all that. Delete all that. And get this entire platform deleted. How far back does it go? Not that far. What? Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, okay. I don't know why you got a little bit deformed. There. And then we'll do from here. Right, from here we can delete all the way over to here. And now it's flat. Got it. Okay. 750 time. Almost done. Let's start counting. One. This is gonna take probably like 15 minutes or like some shit like that. 2. Which means that 800 meters is probably gonna take like fucking 20 minutes. God. I'm just sitting here counting and firing. 3. All for science. All for science. All for science. 4. 5. 6. 7. I'll just get more and more exasperated with every single count of the numbers. I'll just get more and more exasperated. 8. Every time by the end, it's be like 72. Somebody kill me. 9. 10. 11. 'Alright, let's see here. And 12. So if it's anything like the last one, it's gonna end up breaking the outer perimeter again. 13. It'll start breaking the more outward perimeter. But I wonder if we're gonna start seeing damage even all the way 4 blocks out. 14. Because then that spread is gonna be ridiculous. Because that means that you're almost going to be guaranteed to be hitting something, right? 15. Around 15. Then you're almost going to be guaranteed to be hitting something at that far range. Like, you're going to be hitting them a little bit. 16. Like, like, as if you have, like, a whole bunch of small fires coming in, you can literally just do, like, an AA format of just a shit ton of bullets raining through the sky. And with how weak some of them are, 17, with how weak some of them are, some of those single blocks could break off pretty easy. I mean, I kind of like it better this way. 18, I kind of like it better this way, instead of it just being a streamlined, you know, rain of bullets. 19, it kind of makes it a little bit easier to hit your targets, right? Get up to 20. Remember, 700 meters with 60 magazines. So 750. 21. And it rose by 12. So that means that this should be sitting at around 75. If last one was 60. So if you 72 to 75. 22. Magazines to destroy a single light armor block. 23. So much for my theory of it plateauing out. It didn't plateau out at all. Not at all. In fact, it just got longer and longer. 24. It just kept getting longer. It just kept getting bigger. I didn't know what to do. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. We're halfway there. Last one was 60. And it took us 5.5 minutes to get here. So yeah, about 10 minutes, maybe even a little bit longer. 31. But we're almost done. We're almost done. 32. I'm loving this music though. I'm bopping. I'm glad I put this on. It's keeping me awake. And I'm not really 33. I'm not really tired. My brain is just fucking fried. 33. I'm sure I counted wrong on some of these. To some extent. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. We're getting there. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. Getting close. Last one was 60. 52. 53. Getting close. 7 more. 7 more. 7 more. Come on, baby. 54. 54. 6 more. And 55. Get it, get it, get it. 56. Bumping. 57 is bumping in here. Yeah. Get it. Can we reach past 60? 58. 59. Let's see if it plateaus off. And 60. This is now what took 700 meters to do. This might raise by 12, but we will see. 61. Might raise by 18. Do I hear a 62? 62. It can't raise by that much, right? 63. It's raising. It's raising. 64. You can basically predict this now, how long it's going to take. 65. 66. 67. Not broken yet. Not broken yet. There we go. And funny enough, the one that we are actually targeting is the one that breaks. 67 magazines and 230 bullets. It rose by 7. So not as much of a big increase, not as much of a huge increase from 650 to 700. 650 to 700 was an increase of 12 magazines. But 700 to 750 was an increase of 7, almost 8 magazines. If we jump on out, take a look at the damage. Get a nice view. See how much is actually hitting here. Looking good. And then if we take a look at just the primary ones that we are aiming at, bottom right got 100 because it is destroyed. Top left got 95, which is consistent from last time of 97. Top side got 97. Last time it got 93. And on this left hand side we got 97. Last time it also got 93. And are we seeing... What about the one that broke last time? This one. It is nearly destroyed. The one that broke last time. It does like to seem to go up. And everything else on the outer perimeter is still sitting about the same, of missing about 50% to 30%, still like 70%. It's not too bad, not too destructed. On this bottom side, which we've had pieces break off, on these bottom sides we've had pieces break off, is now going way beyond. They are not, well, they are still getting quite a bit of damage here. But are we seeing any hit these outward perimeters? No. And we are about to move on to our final distance experiment. Final experiment. God, this is gonna take forever. That took about 12 minutes. That took about 12 minutes just to do 750. So it's probably gonna take about like 14 to 15 minutes to do 800. Well, let's get to working, and so we can finally finish off this damn experiment. Final experiment, final distance. We're almost done. And that took 67 magazines and about 12 minutes to destroy one single light armor block with a Gatling. Little ridiculous. A little ridiculous. It's getting to the like, alright, come on now phase. It's starting to get into the alright, come on now, you gotta do something about this phase. Thank God for the area welder. What a majestic tool that they've added. Just a little bit more, guys, just a little bit more, and we will have our answer. And I will go over all of my evidence that I found here at the very end. I know I said I was probably going to experiment with doing more Gatlings at the very end, but I think after this I'm fucking done. I'll save for recording that for tomorrow. There we go. And then just finish off, nothing damaged in here, and then we put a red piece up in here. Alright, let's go get our final distance ready. $800 meters. Now, it says its maximum range is 800 meters. So if we place it here, exact same orientation, it is technically maybe just a tiny bit further than 800 meters. Or is it just a tiny bit short? Guess we're gonna see if it actually does damage or not. We might need to move it forward by 1 because it comes out like right here. We'll see if it actually hits. And then I'll have to, I guess I might do one last experiment if I were to move it back by like 1 block, if it would still hit or not. Alright, final experiment. Final experiment. Make sure it's reloaded. And fire. It actually cannot hit the blocks when it is at exactly 800 meters. At our maximum range, at a full near 800 meters, just being a tiny bit over 800, you do not do any damage to the blocks. They are stopping. Well, the animation still shows it traveling far enough. Hell, in some cases, even going past the asteroid. But we are doing no damage to it. At 800 meters exact, it is not doing anything. And to be exact, let's make sure that we are actually receiving no damage. Nothing. No damage anywhere. So this actually needs to be drawn in by one. This actually needs to be drawn in by one. By one block. To make this work. So we will go ahead and bring it forward by one block. Because from this point, from this exact point, hitting at 800 meters, just a tiny bit past 800 meters, it does not work. That is good to know. You have to be just a tiny bit forward. Get rid of those. Delete that. Now if we drag it, so now if we're ahead by one, it should now make contact. Right, so now actually we push that forward by 0.5 meters. We push this forward by 0.5 meters to where this muzzle point is, to where the wall is. So now let's go ahead and see if this actually makes contact. Or does it have to be like a full 799? Let's find out. And start. Doing damage. This is gonna take like 15 minutes to do. 1. Actually, I'm actually gonna look at this real quick. I might have to repair this. Okay, they are doing damage. They are doing damage. They are doing damage. I just wanted to make sure that it actually is. Otherwise, what would be the point of the experiment, right? I'm gonna be going through all this. It might just be doing some weird, like, I don't know, render shit. Reload that. Okay, restart the timer. Restart the timer. Everything's repaired. Everything's reloaded. And fire. Final experiment! Let's go! It's gonna take like 15 minutes to do, but we will have our answers. That's one magazine. Last time at 750 meters, it took 67 magazines to destroy one single block. 2. So I'm predicting we're gonna be up towards the range of 75. I'm gonna guess that we're gonna be up towards the range of 75 magazines. 3. Before we see a single block get destroyed by this Gatling turret from 800 meters away, or rather 799.5 meters away, because it doesn't work exactly at 800. 4. So I'm just gonna shut the hell up. I'm just gonna shut the hell up and just fucking count. My throat hurts. I've been talking for 5. I've been talking for 6.5 hours, nearly non-stop, so I'm just gonna fucking count. And enjoy the music. 6. 7. 8. 9. I wonder if it can't do damage towards the ones, 10. I wonder if it can't do damage to the ones that are technically 800 meters away from it then. Because the blocks are different distances. They are different distances. 11. But we're definitely seeing them do damage to some of them. We know that they did do damage, so it's just gonna take a while. It's gonna take a lot while. It's gonna take a lot while. 20, or not 20, fucking 12. Jumped up by like 8. 12. 11. No, 13. Shit, my brain is fried at this point. 13. 14. If the distances are all fucked up, because of this, 15, then it could take a lot longer to destroy this than first imagined. Wait a second, I just had an idea. 16. Can it not hit the blocks because they deformed away from it? 17. I don't think they can actually hit the blocks anymore. I don't think they can actually hit the blocks anymore. I don't think it can actually hit the blocks anymore because it's too far away. So because the blocks have deformed back behind the 800 meter mark points, it's actually not able to hurt them anymore. Interesting. Interesting. So we need to restart this. Unfortunately. We need to restart this and bring it in even closer. Okay. We need to reset it. Damn it. It's like 5 minutes wasted right there. So let's bring it up to 795. No, because it's not going to go back that far. Let's say 797. Now we'll say 795, right? Because that's where it will be. So 797, right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because then this actually pushes forward. So it really is like 795. More like 795. Close enough to 800. Alright. Let's try this. Start. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. 1. 2. Final experiment. Final experiment. Gonna be 3. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be 75 magazines. We're gonna be here for the next 15 to 20 minutes doing just this. But I'm gonna guess 75 magazines to destroy a single light armor block from what is essentially 795 meters away, because at 800 they stopped hitting some of the blocks. So I'm just gonna count along. 5. I'm just gonna count along nonchalantly here. So I'm getting a headache from all this talking. I'm just gonna count. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. It took almost 2 minutes to do 10. We need to do 60 more. 11. So 60 more at 2 minutes each. 120. 12. 120 second. No, wait. 60. No, 6 times 2, 12. So it's gonna take about 15 minutes. 13. So it's gonna take about like 12 to 13 more minutes then. My finger's getting tired. 14. My finger's getting tired of holding down the button this entire time. I've essentially just been setting this up and holding down the button every single time. We've been going for nearly 7 hours. Oh god. 9. No. 15. 16. God, my brain's getting fried. 16. Still fried right now. God damn. Work with me, brain. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 'New song. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. I still gotta pay my editor. Forgot about that. Shit. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. Remember, last one was 67. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 'Almost there. Getting there. 40. We're halfway there now. Halfway there now. 41. 42. 43. Oh, final experiment. God, I'm ready for this to be over with. I'm ready for this to be over with. 44. Last one. God, we are on to the last range. 44. 44. Day 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. Oh boy. Almost at 60. Come on. 59. Yeah. Get him. 60. 61. Remember, last one was 67. 62. And that rose by 7 from the previous at 700. From 700 to 750, it went up by 7. So this might go up by 7 up to like 75. 63. This might be going into 75 range. 63 now. I'm also kind of interested to see if it'll hit the 64. I'm kind of interested to see if it actually start hitting that black perimeter or not. It's still basically a 3x3 spread. 65. Only 2 away from last one. 66. Will it be the same as 750? Let's find out. 67. 67 magazines, the same as 750. But it looks like we're going into overtime at 68. Can we get to the magical number? Can we get to the magical number? Yeah, 69. Get it. Get it. Yeah. Yeah. 70 magazines. And still not a light armor block destroyed. We've got to keep on going. 71. I think 75. Come on, 75. Baby's got some money on it. I'm going to Las Vegas. I got to get my betting game on. 72. Come on, baby. Don't make me a liar. 73. They've got to be getting close. They've got to be getting close. 74. 74. 74 magazines. 74 and 70 bullets. Wow. Wow. And take a look. And it didn't even destroy the main block that we were aiming at. It destroyed it in the outward perimeter. And taking our last bit of measurements of the center. Last measurements of the center. It was. Let's see here. Actually, can I fit this in my... Oh, Jesus, I don't know if I can fit this. You know, I'll write it on top. I'll write it on top. The bottom right, our main target, it went down by 87. And then top left, it went down by 89. And then top side, it went down by 91. And left hand side, it went down by 89. So, to finally recap everything that has happened here. To finally recap everything. So, let's go through all of our stats here so I can fucking get off this. So, from 50 meters, it took 4 magazines. From 100 meters, it took 5 magazines. From 150 meters, it jumped up by 2 to 7 magazines, and about 200 bullets. 200 meters was 7 magazines and 200 bullets, about the same as 150. 250, it went up to 8 magazines and about 100 to 200 bullets. Jumped up a little bit. But then 250 to 300, it jumped up by 3 magazines, and that's when things started getting bad. At 300, we had 11 magazines and 200 bullets. At 350, it jumped up by 4 to 15 magazines. 350 to 400, it jumped up by 4 to 19 magazines. 400 to 450, it jumped up by 6 to 25 magazines. 500, it jumped up by 5 to 30 magazines. To 550, it jumped up by 4 magazines to 34. 550 to 600, it jumped up by 7 magazines up to 41. 600 to 650, it jumped up by another 7 magazines of 48. From 650 to 700, it jumped up 12 magazines to 60. And from 700 to 750, it jumped up by 7 to 67. And the final count of how many magazines does it take to destroy one single light armor block with a Gatling turret at 800 meters is 74 magazines to destroy one single light armor block. That is science, baby. Woo! Yeah, that is science. 7 hours later, we have our answer. And in the end, I hope everybody enjoys their quick 8 to 10 minute video of all the statistics that it took me 7 hours to do and everything along the line. If you guys want to see all of the inclines and all of the ins and outs of how this experiment was done and other things, then please go check out the live stream that we are doing here. And by all means, check all my work. I appreciate every last bit of you, and I hope to see you guys in the next video. Thank you, and bye-bye. I'll probably redo that outro, but that's for the video. We have achieved our goal. We have done every single thing from every 50 meters, how many magazines and how much damage it took to do the damage. I even did a whole bunch of stats on the center block all the way down to 800 meters on the center blocks. I started to do the out perimeter blocks, but that got way too complicated, way too fast, and I said, fuck that white noise. And I just kept on going. So, that is the ultimation. If the most optimal range to do the most damage is under 100 meters, is 100 meters to about 150 meters and below is going to be your most optimal range. If you want your most optimal medium range, you should be sticking in between 150 and 250 meters. But as soon as you hit 300 meters, 250 to 300 meters and beyond, every 50 meters, you are essentially raising yourself by 6 magazines of how much damage that you are doing to just simple light armor blocks. This has been Digital Dave experimenting with you guys here tonight on stream. You guys get the first look into the behind the scenes of what goes on about experimenting all this bullshit and everything that we have to do to bring you this beautiful content. To everyone who enjoyed watching this, to all of my tism and neurodivergence and weird people who are still somehow watching at this point or watching later on, then please, go follow me on Discord, follow me on Twitter, see my second channel, all the descriptions, all the links are down there in the description. And go check it all out. I greatly appreciate all of you, and this time for the stream, I'll make sure to see you guys in the next video. Thank you, and bye-bye.